So I'm calling this meeting to order, and I acknowledge that the District of Tofino operates within the territory of the Tla-o-qui-aht First Nation, and in the central dialect it is Tla-o-qui-aht First. And notice to attendees that the meeting is being video recorded and will be published on the District of Tofino's YouTube channel. And I would also like to remind everybody present and everybody viewing that we are going to be respectful in language and manner, and this is a safe place for people to meet and decide important decisions. We have an adoption of the agenda.
So moved.
Seconded.
All in favor? Agenda is adopted. We have, if there is no objection, omissions, or errors to the minutes, I move that the minutes of the regular meeting held March 23rd, 2021 be adopted.
Second.
All in favor? None opposed. Motion is carried. We have public comment on agenda items. Ms. Gocher-Bergman.
Thank you. Through the chair, we've had 4 people sign up, and I'm going to list them in order. However, I'm actually going to just group them a little bit by topic, seeing as we've had 3 people sign up for item 8.4. That's the zoning amendment for 1141 Pacific Rim. We'll have them speak first, and then I have 1 person speaking to item 8.5. So the first person on the list is Madison Bolt. And Madison, I'm going to unmute you and allow you to speak for 2 minutes. And that will be followed by Matthew Amin. And then we'll move down the list.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much. I'd first like to thank you all for allowing me to speak today. I have lived in Tofino for a brief 6 months, working at my dream job, coordinating field schools for the local elementary school here in Tofino with the Rain Coast Education Society. I absolutely love my job, my life, and my home here at Crabapple. I cannot really imagine myself really living anywhere else, be it a home or an apartment. Not like these options are available, but I could not be happier than where I am today. I wanted to speak directly to 2 points, economic incentive and the idea of affordability. Firstly, as I know, putting time and money into making affordable housing options for 45 people in the community would cost an exorbitant amount. I know we're already looking into this. But if we were to shut down Crab and then put all this money into making affordable housing, wouldn't we be replacing something we already have now? I guess my question in regards to that is, why get rid of Crabapple, then work and spend money to replace the purpose Crabapple already currently serves? It just doesn't really make sense to me economically to put this amount of money and resources towards housing that we already have. And then secondly, affordable housing is frankly nowhere near $900 to $1,000 a month per person. While I understand living in a resort town merits certain considerations, even those of us in well-paying salaried positions would be unable to budget for this type of affordability. Something that I'm not sure people who own property.
Madison, this is Elise speaking. I've paused your timer, and I just wanted to note that it might be more appropriate for Councillor Anderson to leave the room for these 3 next public commenters. And I'm just going to ask that Councillor Anderson consider that as an option if he's going to declare a conflict later on.
Yeah, I will exit the room. Elise, if you could maybe send me a text message when the presenters are finished.
Absolutely.
And just a heads up for anyone watching or council, I will be declaring a conflict of interest later on when council considers this topic that the speaker is speaking about. So I'll leave the room now.
Thank you. Madison, I did pause your time, so you still have about a minute left and you can continue at any time.
Great, thank you. Sorry I'm speaking so fast. I just want to make sure I get all my points down. But to $1,000 a month per person. Like I said, while I understand living in a resort town does merit certain considerations, even even those of us on well-paying salaried positions would be unable to budget for this type of affordability. This is something I'm not sure people who own property can sympathize with, perhaps empathize for sure, but sympathize is kind of a different story. And if you kind of go off the standardized rule that 20 to 25% of your income should go towards rent each month, I have no reservations in saying that there's no way I could pay above $640 a month towards rent. And I believe I'm quite privileged in that respect at CRAB. I have an amazing job, and still towards rent more than $640 would be kind of out of the question in terms of affordability. I'd like to thank you guys for your time and consideration, and understand that Crabapple really, I feel, is the true spirit of Tofino. I've been welcomed here in open arms. It's a diverse community that I feel is kind of what Tofino started as, and I feel really proud to say that I live here. So thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
Next on the list, we have Matthew Amin. Matthew, I'll allow you to talk, and when you start speaking, I'll start the timer at 2 minutes.
Thank you, Elise. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and staff. Thank you for hearing my public comment today about the Crabapple rezoning process. While the recommendation from Community Sustainability is not the positive step I had hoped that it would be, I remain hopeful that the conversation that occurs at the Council will take a different tone, one which I very much would like to set today. Crabapple has always been an attempt at offering lower cost entry-level housing for new and existing community members of Tofino. It is not just a worker or staff housing campground. Crabapple is a neighborhood much like Vinyl Village, Uwood, or the Coffee Condos, the difference being the type of housing. I've heard many council members and mayors speak to the importance of a diversity of options and creative solutions in regards to housing in Tofino, and I truly believe that Crabapple is all of those things. I urge you to remember that Crabapple is not just a solution or a problem. Do not lose sight of what it is right now, a home and neighborhood for up to 50 people in our community. I encourage you as councillors and mayor to understand that denying rezoning has real and deeply impactful consequences for the Crabapple neighborhood. Housing anxiety, job instability, and homelessness are real prospects, and all occurring within the context of a pandemic. One of the most thoughtful lines in the district report occurs near the beginning. The application presents a development proposal that is challenging to fit into an established category. This is something that I can wholeheartedly agree with, and what gives me hope and trust in the discussion today. This application is difficult. It confronts collective ideas about what housing looks like, what our community needs, who and what choices are acceptable, and in what ways we are willing as a council, staff, and community to do the creative and difficult work of creating new categories for ways of living and housing this community. Thank you for hearing me today and engaging in good faith, and thank you for the work you do.
Next, we have Carrie Fong speaking to the same item. Carrie, you've got 2 minutes from when you start speaking.
Carrie, you're muted.
Is this better? Great. Thank you very much, Elise, and thank you everybody for this opportunity to speak and be heard from the public. I am a resident of Crabapple Campground, very happy and proudly to be a part of this community, as well as very involved in the community of Tofino. And you will probably have come across many positive experiences of other residents of Crabapple, but I wanted to share a couple points from a specific perspective of some of us are very happy in choosing a more simple lifestyle. Some of us choose van life, trailer life over apartments or being in four walls of a beautiful house, which some people are very interested in, and some of us very enjoy being more connected to nature and living simply, being happy with basic needs and a strong sense of community to add to our health and happiness. That being said, reiterating from Madison, we feel very fortunate to be a part of what Tofino has to offer and a part of Tofino's history of vans that drove over to Tofino and landed on the beaches of Tofino. And here we are today. And I just wanted to share that I strongly believe that as a council and the community of Crabapple, I do think we can work together and find a happy outcome for the community here and as well as the people of Tofino. So thank you.
Next on the list, we have Selena Rogalski speaking to the same item. Selena, you have 2 minutes when you start speaking.
Great, thank you. My name is Celine Rogalski. I don't live at Crabapple, but many of my friends do, and I'm a resident of Tofino. I recognize the necessity of places of accommodation like Crabapple in order to provide housing for the workers of Tofino. And having read the district's report regarding the denial of Crabapple's rezoning, my largest source of confusion comes from page 163, where it's stated, staff do not consider the proposed development to be residential in nature and suggest that what the applicant is proposing is a commercial campground. It is my understanding that turning this property into a commercial campground is not and has never been the intention of the applicant. Crabapple acts as a long-term affordable accommodation option for those working in Tofino and is not intended to provide short-term accommodation in the way of a commercial campground. The report also lists statistics on preferred living situations, stating that between 43.4 to 51.9% of people would find it acceptable to live in an RV, and that the district is currently working on prioritizing developments such as single-family dwellings and apartments, as these types of accommodations ranked significantly higher in terms of preferred accommodation. My confusion and frustration lays within the district's acknowledgement that these projects have not yet been completed, and yet they are still willing to displace 50 workers in Tofino, with no plans as providing accommodation come the fall. There are 2 points I would like to make in relation to this. Firstly, regardless of preference of living situation, Crabapple provides necessary housing as there are no other options at this point. And secondly, getting rid of Crabapple ignores the people who live in the campground and do enjoy their experience, and people who don't live at Crabapple should simply be unable to comment on other people's living situations. I don't understand how Tourism Tofino will continue to proudly display a Volkswagen van as the first image that people see of Tofino, while the district is kicking out 50 citizens who actually do live in their vans. This is an issue not only of the district actively contributing to the housing crisis in Tofino, but of classism within our town. The people who live at Crabapple are all middle-class working citizens of Tofino, and the town is okay to capitalize on the experience of van life to create an image of Tofino for tourists, while the town ignores the actual needs of those living in vans. The last point I will make in relation to the petition that's being created to prevent Crabapple from being shut down. Around 2 o'clock today, the number of people who had signed was nearly 1,500. With the equivalent of 75% of the population telling the district that it's doing the wrong thing, I'm interested in seeing how the district can continue to justify making decisions that do not benefit the citizens it's claiming to represent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Selena. I now have a question to council, and we do have more speakers that would like to speak than we have allotted time in our procedure bylaw. So I have a list of speakers that ends with Ian Scott, and he would like to speak to item 8.5. However, I think there are at least 2 other speakers who would like to speak to the same item that we've heard about, which is 8.4, the zoning amendment application for 1141 Pacific Rim Highway. I put it to council whether you'd like to hear from further speakers or stop at the allotted 10 minutes for public comment.
Good question, Elise. How would you like to go about this, council? Brett, Councillor Chalmers.
If there are any speakers that have a different perspective, acknowledging that I've appreciated every speaker that's spoken so far, but in the essence of time, if there's somebody with a different perspective, I'd be happy to hear it. Otherwise, I'm happy to move on with Ian Scott.
Thank you. Councillor Steer.
I would support Councillor Chalmers' recommendation.
All right. Is there a way, Ms. Gocher-Bergman, to find out
Yes.
if we're all in support, or is there any?
Why don't I ask Mr. John Sweeney? I'm just going to ask him in the chat right now. John, if you're listening, you can type me a message in the Q&A, letting me know which side of the, how you would like to address the issue.
Maybe what we can do is we can move on to Mr. Scott.
Sorry, Mayor
Absolutely.
Law, we had to bring back Councillor Anderson for that.
Oh, thank you very much.
I've just sent Councillor Anderson a text, so he'll be joining us shortly here.
Bear with me, I'm just replying to another speaker who has asked to speak to the same item and clarifying whether they are in favor or opposed. And one of the speakers, John Sweeney, has not indicated whether he is in favor or opposed, just stated that he would like to share his personal experience at Crabapple. So I assume that is in favor of the proposal, but I don't want to make too many assumptions. Yep, the two speakers that have signed up to speak to this issue, in addition to what's already been said, are in favor of the application.
Okay, well, I think in the interest of time and efficiency, we should move on to Mr. Scott.
Thank you. Ian Scott, I'm going to unmute you, and I can see that Councillor Anderson is back. Ian Scott, you have 2 minutes to speak to item 8.5 when you start speaking.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Law and Council. It is great to be with you again today. I'm attending the meeting along with my colleague Robin Petrie from Catalyst, and we're happy to take any questions when you get to the agenda item. This variance application from THC was foreshadowed during the rezoning stage. Approval of the DVP will allow the subdivision to occur, the land to be transferred from the district to THC as agreed to in our memorandum of understanding, and the north building leased to Catalyst. This 35-unit building was selected by BC Housing as a community housing fund project, and Catalyst is on track to start construction by late summer, early fall of this year. As we highlighted at the rezoning stage, the development design does require a few variances. We have worked with staff since 2017 as we engaged in site selection and environmental and engineering and financial due diligence, and throughout the design process as we considered various site configurations and road and servicing system designs. The final solution before you today is appropriate because it works with, rather than against, the site characteristics, the low impact development techniques encouraged by the local area plan, enhance forest protection, wetland conservation, and preserve existing watershed dynamics. The curved road design minimizes slope and is an important traffic calming element. It includes a roadside pedestrian path that is wider than existing district standards and fosters long-term neighborhood and pedestrian connectivity. It is a design that complements the existing neighborhood character. I think curb and gutter would just be out of place in this location, and it reduces project costs to ensure delivery of affordable housing. We are pleased that BC Housing will be providing a letter of guarantee, which allows the subdivision to proceed. And I think this is a good example of all levels of government working together to find solutions. Sprinkling the buildings, which is a standard already included in all Catalyst and BC Housing projects, means there is adequate water to deal with the fire safety issues within the current water infrastructure. We look forward to your approval of this variance and being able to continue the process so visibly started by Catalyst at Sharp Road of bringing new affordable rental housing units to Tofino. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Mayor's report. I've had a couple meetings this week. Well, first of all, I'd like to say thank you for all being here. It's great to see you, and welcome to all our participants as well. Mayor's report had a Island Health and Vancouver Island Health Island Regional call with Minister Osborne, as well as our Deputy Medical Health Officer, Dr. Tla-o-qui-aht. And I did send some information about that, and it was primarily updating us on the variants and the increased transmission of COVID and how the province is working with that. Some interesting information from Island Health is that they are very aware of our seasonal employees coming and are looking at options for delivering an extension of some type to our whole community vaccine approach. So we'll see how that goes. And we are in communication with that, with Island Health. That's all for my mayor's report. And I believe we have a delegation from Joanna Streetley and Maureen Fraser.
Thank you, Joanna and Maureen. I'm going to unmute you just as soon as I find you in the list. And I'll allow you to share your screens as well. Oh, it looks like Cass is on it. Thank you, Cass. Sorry, I believe that the wrong participant has been added. Joanna, you can unmute yourself and start sharing your screen if you'd like. And I'm just trying to find Maureen Fraser in the list.
At least Maureen's already in the room here.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's right. Okay, I'm just trying to get rid of Mara Love. Sorry, she shouldn't be a panelist, but Maureen and Joanna, you can start your presentation at any time and we'll start timing you at 10 minutes.
I will start while you're just getting Maureen ready to go. Thank you very much for hearing us today. Maureen and I are here to respectfully ask the District of Tofino to join with the increasing number of municipalities, chambers of commerce, First Nations, and private citizens of BC to call on the provincial government to immediately defer logging in all at-risk old-growth forests as identified by the Old Growth Strategic Review Panel until all 14 of the panel's recommendations have been implemented. This report emphasizes the imminent disappearance of old forests in BC, the irreversible harms that will result from this loss, and the need to meaningfully address the crisis together with Indigenous communities. Elise, have you found Maureen now?
Maureen is on the call and she can speak or share her screen at any time.
I'll just introduce Maureen to anyone who doesn't know her. Maureen is a recipient of the BC Achievement Award, has been a two-term councillor of Tofino, president of the Tofino Long Beach Chamber of Commerce, and member of the Tla-o-qui-aht Sound Central Region Board. Maureen helped secure the Tla-o-qui-aht Sound UNESCO Biosphere designation, and she's also made a lot of cheese buns. Maureen is going to start.
Thank you for that introduction. Can you hear me okay? And I have to apologize for my video. I think something happened to my computer and my FaceTime video thing has gone off, which means that it doesn't work on Zoom either. So, and I didn't realize until just now. So I apologize. Thank you all for this opportunity to address you. Joanna and I are here today as individual residents of Tofino. We're not representing anyone other than ourselves. And because I'm so old and I've been around here for so long, I've been tasked with giving a bit of just the history on why we think it's important that the Tofino Council make a statement on this issue of old growth logging, even though technically it might seem to be out of your jurisdiction. You know, first of all, as you know, the municipal governments are the governments that are closest to the people. And as such, they've got the opportunity and responsibility and burden quite often to take the citizens, residents' concerns up to the higher levels of government if that is what is needed. So that's why we're coming to you first. And Tofino Council has a long and I think glorious history of speaking up on issues that technically are out of their jurisdiction. And going back, back to the 80s, the fact that Mears Island is still covered in old growth forest is partially a result of Tofino Council speaking up on that issue and then working for years to protect the source of its drinking water through countless meetings. And additionally, and importantly, the fact that Tla-o-qui-aht Sound now holds one of the world's largest areas of old growth temperate rainforest is again partially as a result of Tofino Council petitioning the provincial government and then being involved for many, many more years of intense planning processes with all the expenses that were entailed to the municipal government at the time. The Tla-o-qui-aht protests of the 1980s and 90s that resulted in so much of this preservation of Tla-o-qui-aht Sound also then resulted in major shifts in how forestry was done in British Columbia. So what happened, what started out of this community had major repercussions across British Columbia and the forestry activities in the entire province. Smaller cut blocks, stream protection, species at risk protection, old growth forest protection, all of these steps in the right direction, but none of them perfect. And as we're now dealing with the situation of old growth forests, that particular strategy was not perfect and not followed through on. But it started here. And here, Tla-o-qui-aht Sound. The First Nations of Tla-o-qui-aht Sound have lived here and managed these forests for millennia. And as a result, we are surrounded and blessed by old growth forests. And the air we breathe comes from them. Our water is purified by them. Our tourism industry depends on them. How lucky we are. And so that's why I think as a district, we need to speak out on the importance of the remaining old growth forests on Vancouver Island, as we have benefited so much from the preservation of the old growth forest that surrounds us. So that just gives you, kind of a bit of the background on what we as a community have done on this issue until now. And I think it's important that we continue to be involved in this discussion and take our viewpoints forward. And now I'd like to turn it back over to Joanna Streetley, journalist, poet, author, kayak guide, Tofino's first poet laureate, and in that role, a woman who is very skillful in reflecting back to us our best selves. So I give you Joanna.
I would like to share my screen. And Elise, can I do that for myself, or do you need to do that?
Joanna, you'll have to do that yourself.
Okay. All right. Here we go. And we will play from start. Okay, so beautiful Tla-o-qui-aht Sound. Maureen has done such a fabulous job of explaining all the efforts that went into protecting it. And I apologize, these are my own photos and they are not professional quality, but here we go. In 2018, I had the opportunity to fly from Tofino to Vancouver. I love aerial views, so I was very excited. And here was beautiful Tla-o-qui-aht Sound out of my window. But within 5 minutes, the picture changed. Beautiful BC went from green to brown, and it stayed brown until we got to the Gulf Islands. You can see on this map here how much of BC is brown. It's actually red in the map, but it's really not very much that is actually meaningful green. And here's Vancouver Island, and there we are. So my flight basically went across here, and this is what I was looking at. And as I looked at the debris of the clear cuts, I could think of only one thing, that it was a fire waiting to happen. Sure enough, that year was the year Tla-o-qui-aht put out a brush fire in the Bolson, a region that's been logged. The following year, the West Coast designation of fog zone was removed from the BC wildfire program. Fog is created out at sea, but old forests capture and hold the moisture. Without them, the fog can't create a damp enough environment to prevent fires. Climate change combined with forestry are stacking up a tinder pile of risk to our tourist-dependent community. Another study links logging and climate change to long-term water shortages. And we know what effect that had on Tofino in 2006. Old forests not only protect us from fires, we do rely on them for what we drink, our water, and we can't exist without that.
Joanna, I'm sorry to interrupt. You have about 15 seconds left, and I'd ask you to start concluding your remarks.
Okay, so the BC government report, now I'm very flustered. I'm wondering if I could have an extension. This was 4 minutes, but with the delays, I've actually fallen behind. I would ask for 2 minutes.
I'll make a motion to extend it 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I know you have a busy thing. Okay, so the Old Growth Strategic Review was commissioned by the BC government. It came out with 14 recommendations. Most important of these are numbers 1 and number 6. Number 6 is for immediate response, defer development in old forests. Number 1 is engage the involvement of Indigenous leaders. They go in hand in hand. The Sierra Club found that the provincial government has not done very well, even though it said it was going to. And BC's cartoonist Rayside pointed out the age-old skepticism about talking and logging, which means that our 3% of old growth is going to disappear. Today, the Tla-o-qui-aht Nation put out a press release about forest defenders at Fairy Creek. This signifies that in the context of the report, consultation so far has not been collaborative or meaningful enough. And I'll conclude with this statement by Maquala Dakota Smith of Tla-o-qui-aht, who states that the government's current policies coerce Indigenous nations to choose between financial impoverishment and the impoverishment of land and resources. Support for Indigenous-led conservation solutions and transitions in the forestry sector is paramount to give communities a real choice, prepare for the inevitable end of old-growth logging when we run out of it, and to safeguard natural life support systems we have brought so close to collapse. Mayor and Council, please urge the provincial government to support the review panel's 14 recommendations, especially numbers 1 and 6, with all haste. Time is running out.
Thank you, Joanna and Maureen. Normally, we, as Maureen pointed out, normally we don't make these kinds of political statements, but I think in this case, as Maureen points out, the topic is near and dear to Tofino, so I'll open it up for discussion to Councillor Steer. And then Councillor Anderson, I believe.
Thank you, Mayor Law. Yeah, thank you, Joanna and Maureen. And I've had the fortune of and Maureen, you're not that old. Just because your son had his 37th birthday yesterday does not mean yet you are old at all. I've had the fortunate to work with Maureen in the 80s and 90s on these topics, and I appreciate her and Joanna's delegation today very much. I would, the extent of this and the responsibility that I think is inherent for Tofino to respond to this, I think is very important. And I think for council and the discretionary of time and efficiency is that we might want to look at maybe moving this to a committee of the whole, where we can maybe have a less formal and more in-depth conversation about the response we would like to make to the provincial government in maybe a more comprehensive way than would be afforded to us at this time and place.
Thank you, Councillor Steer. A response from council, or sorry, Councillor Anderson, I believe you were next on the list.
Yeah, I just wanted to, well, thank the delegation, first of all. I had a question perhaps for Maureen or for Joanna. Are we allowed questions of the delegation?
Elise?
Through the chair, yes, the procedure bylaw permits at least one question per councillor and one follow-up question, and then it is at the discretion of council, anything further from there.
Okay, thank you. I participated on the Central Region Board for 3 years, way back when I was mayor, and as you probably know, Maureen, that Central Region Board worked with all the surrounding communities, First Nations and non, and the regional districts, sat at that table with provincial appointees, of which I was one, and Mayor of Ucluelet was one, and it was co-chaired by both First Nations and the province, and worked on developing watershed plans for Clayoquot Sound that could be agreed on by First Nations. And those were eventually adopted by the province for Clayoquot Sound. Now, I'm just wondering also the history of saving of Mears Island. Tofino, with both its population through Friends of Clayoquot Sound, I believe, and maybe other environmental groups, as well as Tofino Council, they collaborated with Tla-o-qui-aht First Nation to work towards preserving Mears Island from logging. So I'm just wondering, Maureen, if you think that perhaps instead of just asking the province to spare this watershed from logging, if perhaps we should be asking for something in the way of the process that happened in Clayoquot Sound, where First Nations and non-First Nations work together at a table to develop plans, or do you think just making a statement about saving this watershed from logging is sufficient? So that's my question.
Thank you, Al. No, I think we're talking about a bigger issue than just Fairy Creek specifically. I think we are talking, and I believe that the Old Growth Strategy Review specifically calls for not only engagement with the First Nations, but engagement with the local communities and meaningful help to mitigate the results of forest preservation, of old growth preservation that might come out of the consultations. So, and I think that the Central Region Board, which I sat on for a number of years also, was an excellent example of how First Nations, province, and local communities can work together. There is a recognition in this Old Growth Strategy Review that the people who are most closely connected to the area under concern need to be the ones who are most involved in the decision making. So those principles have been recognized, and I think that's what we're hoping will come out of this review if the government, if the provincial government gets on with implementing its recommendations. So that's what we would be urging, that Tofino be urging the provincial government to get on with implementing the recommendations of this review.
Okay, thank you, Maureen. That's shows the depth and the work that needs to be done towards putting a statement forward. Thank you.
Just Councillor Chalmers, I'm just going to make a comment here before I let you speak. Is there anybody, any of the councillors that would object to the general motion to write a letter in this regard? Okay, seeing none, then I think that I go ahead.
Right, Councillor Challenger did have her hand up for me. I was scratching my head, but I would prefer Councillor Steer's suggestion of bringing it to a cow and having a more wholesome conversation as opposed to just writing a letter at this point.
No, that's where I was getting at. I just wanted to hear if there was any general objection to writing a letter, and if there is none, then I was going to suggest that we move to refer this to a committee of the whole for a further, more informed and a more effective process, so that if we do write a letter, or we will write a letter, that it will be directed and effective, and I say informed. Now, Councillor Challenger, I'm going to give you the floor for a sec.
Thanks, Mayor Law. I wanted to voice my support, so I don't need to repeat that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Then I think we can refer this to the committee of the whole for a more full discussion.
Do we need a motion for that?
Do believe we do not need a motion. Is that right, Elise?
A motion would be helpful to refer this to a committee. Yeah.
Oh, is that right? Okay. All right. Can I have a motion to refer this to the committee of the whole?
I'll move. We refer the matter to the committee of the whole.
Excellent. And seconded by Councillor Challenger. All in favor? Unopposed? Motion is carried.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have, now we're moving into correspondence. 7.1, we wrote a letter to, or council wrote a letter to the Minister of Health regarding universal access to contraception, and we received a letter back for that, a very positive letter, and the province is working towards that goal. 7.2, correspondence from Assistant Deputy Minister regarding regional calls with Minister Osborne and Minister Malcolmson. Any comments on that? Councillor Steer.
Yes, thank you. In the order of expediency, I'm going to be touching on 7.2 and 7.4 correspondence. And I was fortunate to be part of the regional discussions with the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. And it was a regional conversation around the issues around mental health and addictions. And in 7.4 is a correspondence that's alluding to some of the harm reduction strategies that the city of Prince George would like the federal government to be involved in. And in those conversations with the minister earlier this year, it became apparent that the issue is very prevalent within our communities around the region, and specifically here in Tofino and some of our neighboring communities. So what I would like to do is propose once again to invite a delegation to a committee of a whole. What I think would be appropriate is Faye Misser, who is the harm reduction coordinator committee of the harm reduction committee, and she's an employee of the Tla-o-qui-aht Biosphere Trust, and she has been coordinating the harm reduction group for some time now. And I think it would be beneficial for council to be truly informed about this issue that it impacts our community. And I don't know if it's well known within council as well as the larger community how large those impacts are. And I took the liberty of contacting Ms. Messer earlier, and she would be more than happy to come to a delegation to explain in great detail some of the work and the harm reduction strategies that have been going on within our community and region.
All right. Any objection from council to inviting Faye Misser to the committee of the whole to present? Seeing none, would you like to make a motion there, Councillor Steer?
Sure, I can make a motion to invite a representative of harm reduction committee to a committee of the whole.
All right, seconded by Councillor Chalmers. All in favor? None opposed. Motion's carried. 7.3, we have a correspondence from Ministry of Environment and Climate Change regarding consultation on amending Schedule 1 for species at risk. Anybody have any comments on that? 7.4, we have correspondence from Lynn Hall, Mayor of City of Prince George regarding opioid crisis, and I believe Councillor Steer commented on that. Any further comments? Moving on, 7.5, I'm sorry, 7.6. Correspondence from District of Sycamoose. Oh, sorry, actually, what do I got here? There's two correspondence from Lynn Hall, Mayor of City of Prince George, and the other one is regarding BC Hydro's street lighting application, rate application. Anybody comment on that? Moving on, 7.6, correspondence from District of Sycamoose, letters to Minister of Forests, Lands, Natural Resources. Comments? Seeing none, moving on, 7.7, correspondence from District of North Vancouver regarding Help Cities Lead campaign. Seeing no comments. Moving on to 7.8, press release from Alberni-Clayoquot Regional District regarding strategic plan and financial plan. Comments from Councillor Steer.
Right. Once again, I would like to, as your representative, as a director on the Alberni-Clayoquot Regional District, I think it would be a great opportunity for new mayor and council to have an engagement with the ACRD. And it could be specifically around the strategic plan, which was very new for the ACRD. This is one of their first times doing this, as well as the most recently adopted financial plan, which has very real implications to the services that are provided to specifically Tofino, but into the region in general. I would propose or make a motion to invite the ACRD, either the CAO and the chair, to a committee of the whole once again to give new mayor and council maybe an update on the financial plan and the strategic plan, but also to give an understanding of what the ACRD is and what they represent in our area. That's a long motion, but the motion would be to invite the ACRD to a committee of the whole.
I'll second that. And we've had that before. Yes. They usually come every year after the financial plan.
Any further comments? All in favor? None opposed, motion's carried. 7.9, correspondence from the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation and the Acknowledgement First Nations regarding the AHPCEUC Memorandum of Understanding. Do we have any comments from council on this? Councillor Steer.
Okay, once again, I am going to request this is an important agreement that unfortunately the submissions for commenting were on April 7th, and we did not have a council meeting previous to those submission requirements. And I would like to really, I would like to motion to support that memorandum of understanding of with a housing in the province. But at the same time, and this may be a separate motion, is once again to invite the elected chief and council of a housing to meet the new mayor and council. As we have done, we have a memorandum of understanding with the house, but I think this would be a great opportunity once again to share with them the new council and mayor and some of the issues, and to be able to discuss a little bit more in detail of what that MOU is significant to our region.
Okay, yes, Councillor Thick.
Yes, I would concur with that idea. So second that motion, if there is a motion.
We'll take that as a motion and seconded. Do we have any more comments for this one? All in favor? Oh, sorry, one more comment. Councillor Anderson?
Yeah, just I wouldn't mind the motion be read back just for clarity, and so that anybody watching will know what we're voting on, which part of that long sentence?
I will get ask Councillor Steer to reiterate that motion.
I'll make it simple then. A motion to invite House It Chief and Council to a meeting with the new mayor and council of Tofino.
Councillor Chalmers.
Do we normally include a hereditary council as well, or chief?
So historically, it has been, we have talked about having conversations with the Hahufi of a House It. At this point, our MOU has been with the elected chief and council.
Thanks, sorry, I couldn't remember.
Dan, you're muted.
Muted.
Sorry.
Oh, never mind.
I believe that should be clear for the motion. I believe it's seconded, and no more comments. All in favor? None opposed. Motion's carried. We have 7.10 correspondence regarding support for old growth forests, and I would like to thank all of the writers that took the time to send us these letters. Thank you very much. Seeing no comments, I'm moving on to 7.11, correspondence from Elizabeth Smith regarding beach fires and fireworks. And I just wanted to go ahead, Councillor McMaster and then Councillor Thick.
Just going to say I asked for this to be put on the agenda, but I'm happy to leave discussion of it as it is coming up in the bylaw later on in the agenda.
Councillor Thick.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to say, we're making great work on the beach fire issue, but I don't see anything in that bylaw. I think it's a separate one with regard to fireworks, but I've heard a lot of complaints over the last few weeks to the point where it's almost every night. And I concur with the writer of this 7.11. And I would like to see that staff come back as soon as is possible with how we're going to manage and deal with the firework issue. Thank you.
I believe we have Mr. Baker here, or Chief Baker here. Perhaps we can ask him. Hello, Chief Baker. Would you like to chime in on this one?
Sure, yeah. I definitely agree that we're hearing from many members of the public about the fireworks issue. It's an extremely challenging one to actually find the individuals that are involved in it. We've had reports from the police of actually being on the beach and seeing people setting them off at the far end of the beach, but by the time they're able to actually get to the location where the fireworks are being set off, that the people have disappeared. And so it is a really, really tricky one. We have not come up with an optimal solution for it yet, but we're constantly trying to come up with ideas and open to suggestions. But at this point, we're still actively working on this one.
Is that a good answer for you, Councillor Thick?
So is there any timeline that we could expect prior to the summer? Because I know a lot of animal lovers and people who own animals are very concerned about this. And they're, we've got to do something. Either the message has to go out loud and clear to all the resorts and the STRs, and maybe through the district email, that this is unacceptable, except on these particular, I think there's 4 dates in the bylaw. And I think perhaps we could start with a public education message. So that would be my first. And then, what the next step, I would be interested to hear in the next month or so, if possible. Thanks.
I agree. Public education would probably be the first step, and we will work towards getting the next steps toward council as well, too, as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Chief Baker. Great. Seeing no more comments. Moving on to 7.12, correspondence from Anne McDonald regarding Gibson Street bike lane. Do we have any comments on this one? No, seeing none. I just want to say thank you for the letter, and we are Coming up, we're going to be reviewing our parking bylaws and parking planning. And I think we can come back with some more information once council has been briefed on that. We have correspondence 7.13, correspondence from John Enns regarding seasonal worker housing. Any comments on this one? Councillor Challenger.
Thank you. Thanks, John, for sending this in. And I would be interested to hear from staff at a later meeting about options similar to what the Ucluelet Council has passed in the sort of expedited temporary use permit for property owners to have seasonal workers living on their property. So I'd be interested in a later conversation around that.
Councillor Chalmers.
I would like to support Councillor Challenger's request.
Just for both of your information, there is discussions going on to look into the Ucluelet Council's pilot TUP project and the merits and some of the potential consequences of that. So that is in the works. I know staff is looking at that, so we'll come back. I'm sure something at some point soon we'll come back to have that information. .14, correspondence from Jack Gaylor regarding amending the MRDT. Do we have any comments for that? I do have a brief comment. I just want to say thank you to Mr. Gilly and the Tofino ratepayers for their support for the community and the municipality looking for options, creative options to find ways to fund our infrastructure and other projects going on in Tofino. So thank you for that. I do appreciate these letters, and I look forward to receiving more. Moving on, 7.15, correspondence from accommodation providers regarding use of MRDT funds. I believe we have a Councillor McMaster. I believe we have a comment from our CAO on this one as well.
Perhaps the CAO should go first.
Mr. McPherson, you're up, please.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I want to say the sentiments in this letter, I did have a quick heads up that this was coming, but it did come as a bit of a surprise. The idea of using MRDT for wastewater treatment plant debt servicing is an idea that was generated in the community in, I would say, mid-2019, and an idea that was then presented to the province by a community member during that time frame. So we ended up playing a little bit of catch up. Additionally, we understand that there was discussion again in the community with the Ratepayers Association promoting this idea. So in the catch up that we've played as staff, we've approached the province to ask if this is something that is even possible, and two, what the process would be. And we've had two such conversations with the province, and it appears that doing something like this is technically possible, although outside of what's strictly allowed with the MRDT. The province has made 12 exceptions to how MRDT can be used. I think the most recent exception was the Tofino, the Tofino Visitor Center, and I'm calling it the wrong thing, sorry. So I want to be clear that no lobbying has occurred, but we've asked questions about how this can happen. We have found that provincial staff have kind of brought the message back to us, asking us if this is something that the district is interested in, and we're trying to understand the issue a little bit better. Appreciate the request from accommodation providers that but that we ought not to be communicating with Tourism Tofino on this matter, and we had done that earlier, but we can continue that conversation with Tourism Tofino, but would think it would be worthwhile for some conversation to start with the accommodation providers group as well. In my conversation that I had with one accommodation provider, there was a suggestion that there's not clarity on what's happening with the wastewater treatment plant, where the finances of that are at this time. So given that, I think that the prudent thing for us to do is have that process a little bit further along, and then we can initiate those conversations with accommodation providers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McMaster, then Councillor Steer.
Thank you. I took exception to the letter as written. Quote, the District of Tofino began lobbying the province to use MRDT funds for the wastewater treatment plant as early as the fall of 2019 without any prior and structured consultation with resort owners and operators that collect and remit this tax. The reason I was upset about this, it's commonly known that a resort owner and signatory to this letter began lobbying with the government in the spring of 2019 without the knowledge of the District of Tofino. Therefore, I'd like to ask who cast the first stone, and more importantly, who's responsible for running the town, Tourism Tofino or the district? Secondly, I'd like to remind both Tourism Tofino and the District of Tofino that the MRDT is a tax paid for by the travelling public and really does not belong to either party. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McMaster. Councillor Steer, and then Councillor Chalmers.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Law. I did have a question, and maybe a CAO McPherson could answer. In the letter, it says that there are decisions for any extraordinary use of the MRDT funds not currently included in the MRDT program regulations rests with the collecting accommodation providers with 4+ units. That was not my understanding. Is that correct in its assumption?
There are two parts to the answer to that. So the application for MRDT is made by the recipient, which is the District of Tofino. So how this works is we apply for this money through the province, and ultimately the decision is made. The second part of that is the decision is made by cabinet. I think what the letter is referencing is that at a policy level, not at a legislative level, not at a regulatory level, the province is looking for the support of the accommodation sector, which is commonly understood to be, ideally 51% of accommodation providers having not less than 51% of total units. And when I say accommodation, it actually narrows down to as was indicated, 4+ units of fixed roof accommodation, so not campgrounds and not the one-offs of vacation rentals.
Councillor Chalmers, and I do want to just remind everybody of the time and the agenda ahead. Go ahead, Councillor Chalmers.
Thank you. I just would like to comment on Councillor McMaster's comments. I do appreciate your sentiment and where you're coming from, and I do want to acknowledge that this conversation did become a bit of a beast on its own. It took its own life, and conversations were happening here and there, and everybody was trying to understand really where it lies. And I'd like to say that we've had some very positive, healthy conversations lately with Tourism Tofino, with accommodation providers, and with the district to clean slate. Let's not talk about stones being thrown, and find a way to move forward in a productive manner to find ways outside of the box to look at supporting the cost of the sewage treatment plant. So I do very much respect and understand where you're coming from, Councillor McMaster, because I did feel that way when I first received the letter as well. But I just think it's important for the community and for us also to know that at this point we're trying to work collaboratively and cohesively and positively to get something done.
Thank you, Councillor Chalmers. I'm not sure, just a quick review for going forward. How was the audio on that for everybody? Okay, I think Councillor Chalmers, just going forward, there was a feedback on your mic.
Was that freezing or feedback? I just had a note pop up that I'm having bad internet.
It's a it's a glitch. So it's not quite a feedback, it's a computer glitch, I think. So it might be just I just want to make sure going forward that you're aware, and we'll keep you aware. You might have
Thank you. I can log out and log into my other laptop if I need, so just let me know. Thank you.
Councillor Sharma should get a Mac.
There isn't any Macs. I tried. There's none left. I tried 2 days in a row. Okay, thank you for all that. That's a conversation that'll keep working on together as a council and as a community, I'm sure. Correspondence 7.16, correspondence from Greg Smith, Superintendent of Schools. And this is a meeting request. Go ahead, Councillor Chalmers.
I have a question for staff regarding this letter. This letter was really great to receive. I know it's something that we've been wanting for a long time. And we did have a motion back, I think it was January 2020, about staff having continued conversations with school district 70. And I know this time it was particularly with child care space. And then I think in the motion it was to report back to council, and I'm wondering if those conversations did continue. I know COVID hit right after that, and if there's a plan for a report back to staff. I'm not sure which staff member I'm looking at for this.
Good afternoon, Council. I think I can take this one and maybe some support from Council Steer, but the answer is that this request by SD70 is a result of those discussions that we've been having with SD70. So we followed up in the council resolution, and that has resulted in SD70, Mr. Smith reaching out to have a conversation with council about the school grounds. And I think Councillor Steer can add to that, but I think that's the basics of it.
Councillor Steer.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Law. Yeah, Mr. Rogers succinctly put that. I would then like to make a motion to convene a meeting with, and I think in the letter it talked about, and I think the appropriate place would be an informal meeting with mayor and council. And I believe if council believes it is appropriate to include our CAO and manager of sustainability, community sustainability, to participate in that conversation. I can make the motion quick and I think the committee of the whole might be an appropriate place once again for that, because this was I think a larger visioning question about the relationship, as well as the larger context of the property and the school, and what that relationship with the district could be. So the motion would be to invite SD70 representatives to meet with the District of Tofino mayor and council and staff at a committee of the whole meeting.
Councillor Thick.
Seconding the motion.
I did have a comment that I've been in contact with Mr. Smith, Greg Smith, and discussing also having some informal meetings with him as well. So I believe that they could go on concurrently, if I'm not mistaken. So just to keep you aware. And any other comments? Is everybody aware of the motion on the table? All in favor? None opposed, motion's carried. And oh, sorry, go ahead.
Can I request a 2-minute break so I can fix my internet problem?
Absolutely. I was just going to say that we're just going to move to have a 2-minute break so that Councillor Chalmers can fix her audio.
If there's anybody still around, can you let me know if this is better?
That's better.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Crystal. Yeah.
I came on and there's no screens on.
Don't have my, didn't have my timer on. Hey. I believe we're just, there you are, Councillor Thick, you're back. Okay. Presentations and reports, 8.1, we have a presentation from Nancy Cameron, Executive Director of Tourism Tofino. Nancy, are you on here?
Through the chair, I've just promoted Nancy Cameron to be a presenter. And Nancy, when you're ready, you can share your screen and turn on your audio, and we'll start the timer at 15 minutes for an invited presentation.
Can you hear me? Hello, everyone, Your Worship and Council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you today. This 2020 annual performance report looks back on the year past and compares what we plan to do as noted in our 2020 tactical plan with what we actually did. And given last year, there were some changes. I believe that you have received copies of our full report, including our audited financial statements. So I will be focusing on the highlights. I can't begin though without referencing just how significantly the pandemic has and continues to affect our tourism industry, and by extension, many Tofino residents. The deep and varied impacts will be studied for years to come. But for now, we are grateful that our business community has demonstrated time and again its commitment to visitor, staff, and resident safety. So let's reflect. Starting with a quick reminder about who Tourism Tofino is. We are an incorporated not-for-profit BC society. We're governed by our members, the tourism businesses, through an elected board of directors. And Samantha Hackett, the general manager for Long Beach Lodge Resort, is the newly elected chair of our board of directors. We are accountable to our members and funders, and you being our primary funder through the provision of the MRDT. And we share members with the Chamber of Commerce. The District of Tofino contracts us to deliver visitor services and destination marketing programs and projects in accordance with the terms and conditions of the province's municipal and regional district tax program, known as the MRDT program. We are also playing a growing role in destination and visitor experience management, which is why our official name is the Tofino Destination Management Association. What this means is that in addition to creating visitor demand for Tofino, we now play a more significant education role with visitors, members, and their staff. And we also support experience development. In 2020, much of our staff time was spent in this area as we adapted to the pandemic. And our mission, which has recently been updated, is to deliver sustainable growth for our members that contributes economic and social benefits for our community. We've recognized in this mission that tourism not only contributes economic benefits, but also social ones, and that our work plays a role in this. When tourism thrives, so do charities, causes, and environmental protection organizations that are reliant on donations. Tourism leads to intercultural interactions, the desire for visitors to learn from locals, which also increases pride in locals. Tourism stimulates interest in the art, culture, and history of a destination and can provide the financial means to invigorate it and preserve it. And it creates residents that volunteer for local causes and contribute to the community in many ways. Our vision, or what we are striving to achieve, is that Tofino is deeply respected and sought out for the transformative experience of oneness. Everything is connected, everything is one. As you know, MRDT is the main funding mechanism for our organization. In 2020, the total MRDT collected from visitors by the fixed roof accommodation providers was just over $1.5 million. That was down by 20.6% over 2019. Of the total MRDT collected, 10% was used by the district for affordable housing initiatives. 26% was used to draw down the construction loan that we have for the new visitor center, and 64% was used for our operations. Of Tourism Tofino's operating revenue, it came from a few places. 66% was MRDT, 26% was in the form of federal and provincial COVID assistance grants, 6% was earned revenue from retail, and 2% was from other, including the funds that we received from you for staffing the pop-up tents. This revenue was invested in 4 function areas as laid out in the full report. 44% was spent on marketing and promotion, 22% on administration and overhead, 28% on visitor services and the operation of the visitor center, and 6% was spent on destination and visitor experience management, which in 2020 included items such as sponsoring the Tofino Ambassador Program, funding for the Tofino Arts Council public map and app, visitor welcome and staff onboarding educational videos, and our partnership with the district, where we contribute 1/3 of the culture and events programmers' wages and benefits to support the development of the arts, culture, heritage, and events areas. Additionally, in 2020, and in response to the pandemic, we expanded our destination and visitor experience management role to include extensive information and research dissemination with travelers in the process of planning their trip, visitors that were in Tofino, member businesses, and community partners like yourselves. Although not fully represented in the expense percentage, this work became our 2020 priority. We had an operating revenue surplus of $324,000 due to an unexpectedly high MRDT payment in October 2020. And there were lots of reasons that our flow of revenue was sporadic last year. One was because the province of BC allowed businesses to defer their PST and MRDT submissions until September. Some accommodation providers chose to do this, and so a large payment was received in October, and that included the accumulation of 8 months of deferred MRDT revenue, and it was very difficult to track when that revenue was earned, so the amount came as a bit of a surprise to us. Like all businesses, our cash flow is highly seasonal. And so from May through October, we focused on cutting costs to ensure that we could continue to provide basic services and keep our visitor center open, and also plan to have sufficient funds saved to cover our fixed costs between January and June this year. And we're now confident that we can do that. So moving on to what we know. In early 2019, the results of a major economic research project that we commissioned are shown here. Most of you have seen this now a few times. It's very evident just how important tourism is to Tofino, and the impacts the pandemic have further heightened this awareness. We know that in 2018, Tofino hosted an estimated 600,000 visitors, and in a normal year, our guests would spend $295 million in our community, creating 2,670 direct tourism industry jobs, or 1,720 full-time equivalents who earn $60 million in wages. And tourism is responsible for generating $57 million in tax revenue. We also subscribe to a service that tracks resort occupancy. This chart shows what a bumpy year 2020 was. The blue line is 2019. This is our normal occupancy curve. The red line is 2020. The average annual resort occupancy was down by 22.6%. But keep in mind that this chart is only the resort occupancy data, but it is a strong indicator of overall industry health. Airbnb occupancy rates are usually very similar to the resort rates. Now this chart compares Tofino's average occupancy, the blue column, with Vancouver Island, the red, and BC in green. You can see that Tofino fared much better than the rest of BC between June and November, and for this we're very fortunate. Despite this, we know that due to the travel restrictions and the loss of long-haul and international visitors, many Tofino businesses who rely on these markets struggle and continue to, in particular guided fishing, wildlife and kayaking tours, and transportation providers. Businesses that serve the weddings market, like planners, photographers, musicians, caterers, florists, and more, have also all been impacted, as have festival producers and their charitable causes. The impacts have been deep, although perhaps not highly visible in all areas. On to a review of our 2020 work. When the pandemic struck, we had to rejig our priorities to focus on member communication, visitor communication and education, and then promotion to support our local operators and generate visitor business once travel restarted in July and for the fall and winter months in particular. Our communication with members began as soon as COVID-19 surfaced in February, and it continued regularly as more tourism-related information became available. Information about COVID-19 and travel was changing hourly, and we utilized our industry news blog as a distribution channel for updates. Our priority was to connect tourism businesses to the PHO-approved source of travel information and resources, which for us was Destination BC, and all BC tourism organizations followed this same protocol. As the weeks wore on, we focused on providing businesses with helpful tools, such as visitor-facing messaging, forward-looking occupancy polls, and information on other tourism-specific tools. Our second priority was to communicate thoroughly and consistently with the soaring number of people contacting us with questions about traveling to Tofino. Since May 2020, our visitor services team has fielded thousands of inquiries, well over double the usual volume, actually 122% more in 2020 than in 2019. As travel resumed, calls and emails flooded in from people who wanted to travel, but were sincerely concerned about our community. People were asking, can we come? Does the community want us? Will we be disrespectful to First Nations if we visit, and what's open? During non-essential travel advisories, we followed and still are following the non-essential travel messaging provided to us by Destination BC, that all non-essential travel into, out of, and around BC should be avoided until further notice. Our visitor services team stayed on top of rapidly changing information, including First Nation closures, and handled all inquiries with great patience, thoroughness, and kindness. We were and remain a trusted source for travel information and an important community service. Through our social media and visitor center, we also targeted some of the issues that surfaced, such as encouraging visitors to leave no trace, pack out their garbage, join a Surfrider beach clean, make reservations, sanitize, distance, wear masks, and come armed with patience and respect. We shared and amplified the district's messaging, and during travel restrictions reiterated that now is not the time to travel. Additionally, we ensured that current information about traveling to Tofino during COVID-19 was clearly available on our website, and this section of our site has been very well used. And as mentioned earlier, we take an active role in educating our visitors about regulations, and in recent years about Tofino's values, responsible travel, and our community's expectation for respectful behavior. In 2020, we continued to distribute our welcome brochure and keep our website tips and regulations section current, another well-used part of our website. And in 2020, we continued our sponsorship of the Chamber's West Coast Ambassador Program. Building on this work, we created a new Welcome to Tofino video. The purpose of this video is to educate visitors prior to their trip about responsible and respectful travel by providing them with local insights. Much of the work was done in the winter and spring of 2020. But we had to delay completing it because we couldn't finish filming nor pay for it. We have released it now and are thrilled with the response so far. And a new staff onboarding video, which was also started in 2020 but delayed for the same reasons, has just been released. It is a short video for employers to use when training new staff. It stars Chrissy Montgomery, who provides tips on how to embrace Tofino and the responsibility of respecting regulations, caring for the environment, and displaying good behavior while they live here, and all the while having fun. And the last of our 2020 priorities was promotion. 2020 started out normal, with winter and spring advertising running as planned and inspiring people to consider traveling here in these seasons particularly. But when Tofino closed down in March, we immediately stopped advertising to regroup. We did, however, resume organic social media to ensure that Tofino stayed top of mind for when travel restarted. Because our revenue also stopped, a small grant from Tourism Vancouver Island allowed us to keep going. With the help of provincial and federal grants, we were able to begin advertising in early July once phase 3 was announced. Now, normally, we wouldn't advertise for summer because summer is naturally got the momentum to being fairly busy. But with travel uncertain, we had to jump in and do our best to support businesses. It quickly became evident, though, that bookings were going to be fairly strong from mid-July through August, and so we stopped our ads. And then we were able to turn that investment and our attention to bolstering fall and winter travel until non-essential travel advisory was implemented in early November, when once again we canceled all paid advertising.
Nancy, this is Elise speaking. Through the chair, I'll just let you know that we're at about 15 minutes now, and if you need more time, I'll put that to council to decide whether an extension is necessary, and maybe you can comment on how much you have left.
I'm terribly sorry. I didn't realize that there was a time limit, Elise, but I would need 5 minutes.
Go ahead there, Councillor.
I'll move that we extend the delegation.
Second.
Anybody opposed? I can't see everybody here actually, but if there's any opposed, you can speak up. Hearing none opposed, we're giving our extension. Motion's carried.
Thank you. Nancy, feel free to continue.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Council and Mayor. So throughout the year, and despite all of the starts and stops, we continued to target our ads to people who are values aligned, to our community values and respect for the environment. People who are naturally and consciously responsible travelers. It's not a perfect science, but that's what we do. In the next few slides, we'll show you a series of digital and social media ad samples, starting with these two pre-pandemic winter ads and some spring ads. And then we are showing you to demonstrate that we show and promote a variety of Tofino characteristics and offerings, including our art and food scenes. In early July, we ran some summer-focused digital ads and also partnered with Tla-o-qui-aht in an early July co-op campaign led by Destination BC. And in mid-October, we turned to late fall and winter promotion. And our goal with the winter advertising was to broaden out the notion of winter as more than storms, to show activities, bursts of sunshine, and the common serenity that is winter here. This video post captures exactly the craving that people had and continue to have, to escape and just breathe. Our 2020 advertising results are directly related to the reduced duration and scope of the advertising, the elimination of March through May and November through December advertising. Interestingly, though, our social media results are pretty good. Tofino's loyal following of people who love the West Coast were very engaged with us, particularly during travel restrictions as they expressed their concern and affection for Tofino. And our website users and sessions were up. We believe that With all of the confusion around travel, people were seeking out the trusted destination authorities more than ever. So we're all very aware that the pandemic continues to wage war on our lives and on our tourism economy. Despite the provincial advisory against non-essential travel, some people are still choosing to travel. We all know this. It's a challenging and very complicated time, and particularly for us as a destination marketing organization and responding to that non-essential travel advisory, supporting it, yet having to handle inquiries as well. So we've continued to pause all paid advertising, and we'll do so until the travel advisory is lifted. And we're distributing that approved provincial non-essential travel messaging. Those inquiring about are discouraged. Yet when they tell us that they're actually here in town, we do our best to ensure that they receive accurate information about what's open, what to expect, and required safety protocols. And in doing so, we're serving our whole community positively and to the best of our ability. Looking ahead, we expect that the travel mix will be the same this year as last. We will not have international travelers that normally make up 25% of our summer visitors and are a critical sector for many of our excursion operators. This will continue to strain these operators, as well as those reliant on weddings, groups, and events. As for us, we will continue to focus on supporting our local businesses and our community during this very anxious time. And that concludes my 2020 annual performance report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy. You can, thank you very much. Do you have any questions or comments for Nancy? Emphasis on questions. Councillor Thick.
Thank you, and thank you, Nancy, for that very well done presentation. And I must say, I really appreciate that the message in regards to the reiteration of the PHO orders are being set by Tourism Tofino. So thank you for that. I just had a comment, I guess a question really. I noticed on one of the slides at the beginning, and I can't go back to say what slide number it was, but you said at the beginning, and it was in the slide referring to the mission and vision, that the destination marketing organization, had changed its name and was inclusive of this idea of visitor experience management. I'm just wondering if you remember that earlier slide.
Yes.
And then a couple of slides later, I noticed that there was a breakdown of how 1.1 million was spent. And in that slide, you had 44% marketing and 6% went to visitor experience management, 22% to admin and overhead, and 28% to visitor services. So I just I'm just noticing that, what was explicitly said on one side in regards to the mission and vision of Tourism Tofino maybe doesn't have the same match of funds as is being shared on the slide in regards to the breakdown of how the money is spent. So I would just wonder why, or going forward then, and in particular to the issue we spoke about just a few minutes ago, fireworks and the beach fires, is there some way that you could help us in regards to that? And because the words were visitor experience management. And if we're going to concentrate on visitor experience management, are we going to put, a substantial sum of money towards that experience management? That's my question. Thanks.
Your worship. Thank you very much, Councillor, for that question. Let me start with the percent breakdown of the budget. Many of our costs went over 2 fiscal years. So a lot of the work that we did, particularly our video work, was very expensive, but it was spread out over 2 fiscal years. So it's not fully in this breakdown, that 6%. Also, marketing involves, the promotion element involves buying advertising, and that's a very expensive component of that budget allocation. The destination management, the destination and visitor experience management work is very human resources oriented, so staff oriented. So that takes a lot of my time. So that's not shown in that breakdown either. It's just it's when we look at the percentage of time spent, it's probably pretty close to split evenly. In terms of budget, there's a lot of different factors that affect that expense breakdown. But it is definitely a priority for us. And I think you can see that whenever we talk about the work that we're doing, it seems like there's quite a lot going on, and there is. So that's that. Does that clarify that piece a little bit?
Thank you. Yes, I hear what you're saying. I'm just saying that in this time of, when we've got some fairly big, at least from my last couple of months, my perspective is that we have some fairly big visitor experiencing management issues and problems that we need to deal with. And I just would like to say that we would very much like your help in that. Thank you.
And I actually just emailed Brent after the fireworks discussion, because we have just purchased a billboard in the news area, and it's specifically for those messages. It's a digital billboard, so it will capture some of that drive traffic, and fireworks is, value the calm and leave your fireworks at home kind of messaging that will be layered into that digital billboard, and we'll have some of that support available for you for sure. And we'll do our best. We do a lot of that on social media as well. And helping with, of course, the visitor services team is pretty exceptional in terms of helping with that information and disseminating that information.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Nancy. That's good to hear. And Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, thanks, Nancy, for your report. It was a lot of work to stick handle through that year, I'm sure, for you and your team. My question is the number that you put up, I think it was 57 million in revenue or something like that. Was that just the tax revenue that's generated from Tofino? Or sorry, what did that represent, that number? I know I wasn't quite sure.
Through your worship, yes, Councillor Anderson, that is the municipal, provincial, and federal taxes that are generated through tourism.
Is that represent just the accommodation section of tourism, or all taxes collected out of Tofino?
Yes, all taxes, corporate taxes as well.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for Nancy? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation, Nancy. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on to 8.2. We have a presentation from Jen Dart, Executive Director of Long Beach Chamber of Commerce, and it's regarding a fee-for-service agreement. Is Jen here? I'm sure she is.
Jen is just joining us as a panelist, and she can start her presentation whenever she's ready.
Hi, everyone. I'm just going to start sharing my screen. Some good news for you. I thought I only had 10 minutes, so may or may not be good news, but so thanks for making time for this presentation on your busy agenda tonight. And like I said, I'll try to be fairly expedient. As you likely already know, the Tofino Long Beach Chamber of Commerce is a small but mighty organization made up of about 325 members, an incredibly engaged volunteer board of directors who are owners and managers at local businesses, and one full-time and one part-time staff person. And I'm the full-time executive director in my 7th year in this role, which is a bit shocking. So what I'm here to report to you on is the Chamber and District of Tofino fee-for-service agreement for 2020, which is year 2 of a 5-year agreement that we have with the district. And this report, like Nancy's, is high level. So please let me know if you'd like more detail on any of the points that I'm touching on here. And let me just see if I can, oh, there we go. Sorry, it's a little bit delayed on the changing of the slides. So what does the agreement include? Many of you will, you'll recall that the district has historically transferred funds to the Chamber of Commerce, originally as part of the proceeds of business licenses. So initially that was for visitor services. And then when Tourism Tofino was established as an independent destination marketing organization responsible for visitor services, the funds were reassigned into this agreement. So the agreement includes general business support, which is responding to general business inquiries, providing access to relevant resources, and referrals to appropriate district staff. The business promotion and retention is a big section that includes activities, services, and events that promote and improve the business community at large, resources that support business retention, attraction, and expansion, resources that support buying local whenever possible, having a presence at relevant community events, and then also participating in regional economic conventions like the Vancouver Island Economic Alliance yearly summit, which we did online this year. It also includes the agreement business roundtable discussions, so at least 2 of those a year, on specific issues as deemed beneficial by the district to inform council and staff on certain business related issues. And I'll tell you a little bit how many we actually did this year for those. And then we're also contracted to maintain the Tofino community profile and update it on an annual basis. And we maintain that on our website at this address. We promote it, and we also maintain Tofino's information on the BC Registry's website. So it's a bit difficult to talk about the agreement this year without framing it around COVID-19 support for businesses and how we were able to refocus our work at the request of District of Tofino staff to support the business community through a year that none of us could have predicted. Obviously, we started 2020 much in the normal way by holding events and planning for programming up until that provincial state of emergency was declared and that local businesses curtailed and in some cases ceased operations. Early on in the pandemic, the Chamber was maintaining a list of essential businesses, hours, and operations, if you remember back that far. We also collaborated with Tourism Tofino on the What's Open page that still exists on their website to maintain business hours. We engaged right away with our government representatives in the BC Chamber of Commerce. We hosted the Small Business Mayor's Lunch. We started promoting buying local and supporting local with an online provincial gift card program. And then we hosted some discussions, both with business experts and with the CRA for business owners. You might remember that we partnered with the district to produce these awesome social distancing stickers with a buy local message early on in the early days. And then we also, as the situation wore on, we shifted the contract, as I mentioned, into direct COVID-19 support for businesses. And thanks to having that agreement already in place, we were able to do that fairly quickly. And I think it was a fairly, if anything can be called seamless in 2020, this was a good fit for our work together. We started sector roundtable discussions right away. And we included also meetings with the sector representatives that we appointed, basically on a volunteer basis. We brought the information from all those meetings to the district's economic recovery task force table. We also shared the information with the provincial and federal governments and our MLA and MP. And then also we helped inform the BC Chamber's efforts to advocate for businesses during COVID-19. We also partnered with the district as well as the District of Tofino and the Tla-o-qui-aht Chamber on business surveys and subsequent surveys to ensure that we knew what businesses were needing on an ongoing basis. Just 2 examples of the communications that we were doing on an at least bi-weekly basis. Seemed like we were doing them almost daily there for a while. So we were sharing information with businesses on support programs, events. We played a big role in helping businesses to reopen after the shutdown. So we had a reopening resources page. Lots of information were shared through the sector roundtables as well. The impact of some of this work, we hosted a total of 32 Zoom meetings, reaching just shy of 300 individuals. Those bi-weekly communications reached, our mailing list is up to nearly 500 now. We also connected with about 70 people over industry-specific Slack channels that we set up for each of the sectors. And obviously there's going to be some overlap in some of these numbers, but those were the statistics that we have. Kind of made us feel like this at the end of the day some days. But I think it was really valuable work, and it enabled businesses really to work together in fighting and planning for this situation that none of us had dealt with before. So the majority of the contract this year was taken up in those business support, from the business support section, and roundtables morphed into COVID-19 support. In addition to the profile, we also responded to about 150 general inquiries, mainly focused around, like, not as many, but similar questions to what the visitor center staff calls they were fielding. About 47% of those calls were related to COVID-19, both from people inquiring about what's open in Tofino, and also about from businesses dealing with difficulties around funding and regulations. I just wanted to take a moment before I continue just to acknowledge how far our business community came this year through the ups and downs of 2020, from total shutdown to partial openings, to a busy summer for many, but not all, back to partial lockdown and ever-changing public health orders. Local businesses and organizations have shown resiliency and connectedness by helping each other through this time. And generally they supported and encouraged one another, and it has been really great to witness that. I wanted to share with you as well, that's sort of the extent of my reporting on the agreement itself. I just wanted to share quickly a few slides about the other work that the Chamber does. One of our major, I'm pretty sure you are all quite familiar with the West Coast Ambassador Program. Sorry, my clicking, there we go. Clicking is taking a moment. So this year, we helped facilitate the Iqaluit Chamber's participation in the Ambassador Program. So they've developed their own Small Town Big Picture course. We've shared the curriculum for the three advanced courses for the Ambassador Program. With the Rain Coast Education Society's help, it's become a really positive regional partnership. We also did something this year that we had been hoping to do for a long time, and that's put the course entirely online. And not surprisingly, oops, sorry, I think I missed a slide there. Not surprisingly, we hit the highest numbers we've hit in the 9 years of this program at 427 participants, mainly from BC, but surprisingly from Eastern Canada, as well as the United States as well. Another partnership that we were involved with this year was led by Community Futures Alberta and Clackwood, and in conjunction with the Port Alberni and Iqaluit Chambers. And it was this consulting hive. So it was matching businesses with business experts so they could respond to COVID problems and funding opportunities. So it was more quite specialized and drew on a number of experts from around the region. We're involved in a couple other initiatives related to economic development, just by providing our support and attendance. And then our board was able to complete a strategic plan as well. So we have a new vision and mission to inspire business excellence by the beach. Identified these core values of advocacy and consultation, education and communication, events and networking, and member benefits. Collaboration, effectiveness, excellence, and legacy are the main values of the Chamber. And I just wanted to shout out our 2020 Board of Directors who worked extremely hard in providing me with a lot of insight. Unfortunately, we lost Laura Morehouse to the financial department at the district, but we have taken Dwayne Bell back on board as a director for this year. So he is a previous director that we're very happy to have back. And just looking forward, so we have these 4 areas of focus from our strategic plan. And then also I wanted to mention that we're working on a broader business retention and expansion program. We've received some funding to do planning for a BRE program for Tofino, and it's currently underway. We've also applied for additional funding for the first year of the program, which will involve more individual one-on-one consulting with businesses, which I think will result in a really great amount of information that we've never had before. And you all know that the Chamber is also a lobbying organization. So we lobbied mainly for COVID-19 supports. As you'll remember, they were constantly changing, and a lot of businesses couldn't take advantage in the beginning of the programs. So we spent a lot of time talking to government representatives and businesses to tweak those programs. We also lobbied around the realization of a new hospital facility for Tofino continuously and around highway foreclosure times. We do a yearly membership survey, and these were the main areas that we were asking questions about this year. And then also, we were able just to squeeze a couple of events into 2020, our online all candidates meeting ahead of the provincial election, and then also Jingle into Christmas became 12 days of Jingle, as we tried to assist retail businesses in coping with COVID-19 restrictions. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions from you now or at any point in time. And thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Jen. I do want to say thank you very much for all your hard work and for the Chamber of Commerce essential role in COVID response. It's been fantastic to see, and I deeply appreciate your work.
Well, and I would say thank you so much. And also this contract was part of the reason that we were able to continue operations as an organization. As you know, businesses and charities were very much affected by this past year. So it's in large part thanks to this contract that we were able to, we had to downsize, but could continue.
We have questions for Jen from Council. Seeing none, thank you very much, Jen. Moving on. 8.3. Mr. Rogers, we have coastal floodplain bylaw.
Great, thank you. I'll just, before I share my screen, I just wanted to just give everybody a bit of a timeline. So the first report I'll be presenting is the coastal floodplain bylaw. That's probably going to be about a 20-minute presentation without questions, and then following that will be the application for 1141 Pacific Rim Highway for the Crabapple campground, and that's at least half an hour without questions. I just wanted to let everybody know before we got into the presentations if council may want to opt to take a humanity break now, or just so yeah, council's aware of the timeline.
I think my preference would be Mr. Rogers to have a break after your coastal floodplain bylaw. Is that okay with council, or any objections? Okay, take it away.
Great, thank you. I'm just gonna pull this up here. Great. I assume we're all looking at the same PowerPoint. So for my first presentation today, I'll be presenting on first reading of the Coastal Floodplain Bylaw number 1294, 2021. So a bit of background on this bylaw. It's been a while since council would have seen this, and it goes back a number of years. And so between 2017, 2019, we developed a flood mapping project and a coastal flood risk assessment. And those are fairly intensive reports that provided a lot of data and about floodplains and about the risk that the community faces over the next number of decades. Both those projects and reports were funded through 100% grant funding and to the tune of about $300,000. And so the floodplain bylaw is one outcome of those reports. The reason that we're looking at these types of reports and these types of studies is again, in relation to climate change, and specifically for Tofino, the specters of sea level rise and the future intensity of storms. And the intent is to start laying down land use regulations now so that we can mitigate future impacts to the community as the sea rises over the next 100, 200 years. I don't imagine any of us here in this room will be around then, but at least we'll have laid the groundwork for our future community. In terms of policy support for this action, the V2A provides general support for it. The OCP 2021 identifies resiliency as a key principle, as well as an objective, and includes corresponding policies. And then finally, the comprehensive coastal flood risk assessments, which I mentioned in the slide before, gives us some pretty specific direction about planning for the future. So before I go too much further, I just wanted to stop and describe this slide, which is also included in the report. And I just wanted to just explain it a little bit. So what we have in front of us is our 5 risk matrices. On the left-hand side, or the vertical axes, we can see the consequence of a flood, so from insignificant to catastrophic. And on the horizontal axis, we see a likelihood score, so a very rare occurrence to almost certain. And you can see where on the legend in blue and green is very low risk and low risk. And so that's, if, you know, in terms of risk management, you'd rather be there. In the orange and the red is high risk or extreme risk, and obviously yellow is in the middle. Now, in each of the 5 matrices for affected people, economy, critical infrastructure, environment, and culture, there are 4 darker circles. Those represent present day, and they represent 4 different storms. And the lighter circles that are to the above and to the right in all instances represent the same storms with the condition of 1 meter sea level rise. And so what these risk matrices show in all accounts is that if the district does nothing to mitigate this future condition, that the risk will be increased in all areas. And so it is the intent of staff to help start mitigate that risk. And that is the intent of the floodplain bylaw in front of council today. So currently we actually take care of floodplain planning on a lot by lot basis. We require hazard assessments on all coastal properties that are proposing to develop, whether it's a new building or in subdivision. Our building inspector has these conversations and has powers within the community charter to require this type of information. What happens now is that we require a consultant to tell us what the appropriate flood construction level, or FCL, is. And we rely on those qualified professionals to give us accurate information. What the bylaw in front of council does today would standardize and formalize the FCL calculations, in particular on our reports and maps. And so adding a layer of transparency and allowing individuals or people planning to develop their property some information and understanding where their goalposts are. So before I get into the details of the bylaw itself, I just wanted to highlight that bylaw 1294 did not create flood risk. The risk has always existed, will always exist, regardless of how we decide to regulate or mitigate it. Again, the intent is to mitigate these future impacts and increase overall community resilience in line with policy direction. And we hope that in application of this bylaw, that we can also engage in proactive education and have conversations about floodproofing with homeowners and individuals, even if they don't trigger the bylaw. This is an opening for us to start having these conversations on a one-on-one basis with community members. So the Local Government Act gives us a number of permissions or authorities that we can adopt for a bylaw. For this particular bylaw, or this iteration of bylaw 1294, staff are recommending that we designate a floodplain. That's the first step. That we set a flood construction level for 6 different areas within the community. And that those flood construction levels are based on a specific event, which is the 1 meter relative sea level rise, and the 0.5 annual exceedance probability storm. So that's what you commonly hear referred to as a 1 in 200 year storms. But what it means is that in any 1 year, there's a 0.5% chance that the storm will come. The lower that percentage, the more intense the storm. And so we've developed this based on the 1 in 200 year storm. We've added specific provisions for different areas of floodplain, and we've also included exemptions. So we have a general exemption section and then an exemption section that would actually get referred to council. What is not included in the bylaw, and I think the most significant piece that's not included in the bylaw is a setback from a flood area. So if you can think about a map and the plan view, how far that flood might go, And I'll get into that in 2 or 3 slides from now and explain staff's thinking about that and go from there. So the basis of this flood bylaw and where a lot of the work of the studies that I mentioned earlier came to was this map. And so this map divides the district into 6 separate flood construction level areas based on topography and the bathymetry of the area. I will just start for example, for zone 1, we have a flood construction level of 6.1 meters, which is about 18 feet. That doesn't mean that someone has to build 18 feet above ground currently. What that means is someone has to build 6.1 meters, or the bottom of their foundation has to be 6.1 meters above the geodetic elevation. So to sort of put that into to something we can all understand, on South Chesterman, we dealt with a property about 2 years ago where the applicant wished to have a 2-foot foundation. We said, we need to do a hazard assessment for this property. The consultants used our data, which is publicly available, and came up with the 6.1 meters, which is what we're suggesting. And what that did was added about an extra 3 feet to that foundation. So we went from a 2-foot foundation, which would normally be built there, to a 5-foot foundation. And so that's the kind of impact we can see in terms of building and development over the coming years. And again, that flood construction level is different for different parts of the community based on the geography and topography. Areas that are not colored there will not be subject to the floodplain bylaw. So setbacks. This is a somewhat complicated section. I'm going to go through it slowly. I have to admit, I am not a coastal flood engineer, and the building inspector, Nicholas Henderson, and I have been working on this together for about 2 years, working with flood professionals, engineers, flood specialized lawyers to try to develop this bylaw. I don't want to be cute, but in the end, I think what we've come up with is a flood bylaw light. And so this is our first iteration of a bylaw. And as we begin to understand flood bylaw and as the community becomes comfortable with that, we can start adding on to the bylaw. And so getting back to the slide, the Local Government Act allows us to set the height for a flood, and that's the flood construction level, which we're proposing to do this bylaw, and it allows us to set the distance or setback. And you don't have to do both, but in this case, we're proposing to do the height and not the distance. The provincial guideline, I guess the big question is, what is the setback? Well, the provincial guideline that the legislation references gives you 2 options. It says you can either develop a setback that is 15 meters landward of the future estimated natural boundary of the sea, or you can make that setback the extent of the 2100-year flood. In terms of the first option, 50 meters landward of the future estimated natural boundary of the sea, it's probably the more preferred route. The issue with that is that that is not actually defined, future estimated natural boundary of the sea, and to define that for Tofino would require significant investment and resources and further studies by fairly expensive professionals to develop that information. And so it's something that we may want to consider over the next 5 to 10 years, but something that we don't have currently and have not planned for yet. The second option, we do actually have the data available to us, but we're not sure that the data that we have is, we think that it's good data, but we think it's fairly coarse. And because the coastline geography is complicated in general and extra complicated in Tofino, there may be implications or unintended consequences about applying a setback with data that we're not positive that, we're not completely confident in. And I guess what I'm want to avoid is an unintended sterilization of the shoreline of the community until such time as we know what the data is. I think this reflects our incremental approach to minimize community impact that we've always held in the back of our heads for this project. And I also think that in terms of timing, it doesn't really hurt us in the sense that most of the areas that we're talking about, or the low-lying areas, and specifically the Lynn Road and Chesterton Beach areas, are already built out. And so we don't think, based on current OCP regulations and conversations with developers, that there's going to be a lot of building in those areas apart from single-family dwellings, if that. We know that currently we do talk to geotech professionals about setbacks and erosion and the issues to do with setbacks on a lot-by-lot basis. The OCP 2021 discourages development in low-lying areas, and we think there is some protection provided by our minimal height of the flood construction levels. So I don't think it's critical to make this decision today or this year, but definitely something we want to look at in the years to come. And what in the essence it would do is it would provide a fairly transparent, even playing field for everybody. So right now with the flood construction level amendment, everybody will understand the rules, and they can all look to that in the bylaw. On the in terms of setback, it's still going to be an a lot by lot consideration, and it would be our intent over the next 5 years or so to have that be considered in the same way that we're going to consider flood construction levels. I know that was a lot to take in, so I'll keep moving, but I'm happy to take any questions of that following the report. So a big part of the work that we looked at in this bylaw was what type of impacts we might be facing as a community. This is a brand new bylaw. We've never had a floodplain bylaw. The type of floodplain bylaw we're developing, a coastal floodplain bylaw, is not something that's widespread in the province, although there are some. In terms of immediate impacts to the community, we've identified two. So the potential of financial impacts to the community and potential for impacts to insurance. In terms of financial impacts, there will be an application fee associated with developing in this area. And we think right now, although we haven't developed the bylaw, and that would come at the same time as second reading of this bylaw, we think will be around $300. And the intent is only just to cover staff time in the processing and review of applications. There's potential for consultant fees for an applicant if they want to, for example, apply for an exemption. Those may run into the $2,000 to $3,000 to $4,000 range, depending on what the applicant's providing, depending what the unique considerations are on that lot. There may be additional design costs. So say if you had to build a higher foundation, you may require additional design costs, with your architect or your home builder. And with all that being said, we just have to understand that these costs may be counterbalanced by reducing losses after flood. So if we're building houses or dwellings that are flood protected, we're actually saving money for individuals down the road, and may add future value to properties that have been properly flood protected versus a property that hasn't. In terms of insurance, this is one that's a little bit more complicated than I expected it to be. On balance, we believe there'll be little impact to insurance, definitely in the short term, probably in the medium term, and no one seems to know in the long term. Insurance for floods, insurance generally is developed on actuarial models. It sounds like insurance companies use the best data available. So we're assuming they're actually going to be using, if they're not already, District of Tofino data. And we understand that there are companies that are offering flood insurance. So I don't believe the development of this bylaw using the data that exists and is publicly available will change those rates, because we believe that the insurance companies may already be using that data. House insurance. So this was a phone call to a local insurance company about house insurance, like how would this affect like a particular homeowner. And the only concern they had was, or comment they had was that if you built a house, let's go back to our example of the 2-foot versus 5-foot foundation, the cost of that extra 3 feet of concrete will be added to the value of the house, increasing the value of the house, therefore increasing your insurance. So that may be a minor cost. But on balance, again, we don't believe that there'll be much impact for insurance. So getting into the bylaw itself, so there are a couple major sections. The first is the general exemptions. And so again, this bylaw provides exemptions for certain types of renovations, for minor additions, for non-habitable uses, or some accessory buildings such as greenhouses, outdoor recreational facilities such as hot tubs, and marine-oriented structures such as ramps and wharfs. And so for these exemptions, applicants would not be required would not trigger the bylaw. There may be cases where an applicant wishes a house to be lower based on a unique consideration of the property. Maybe it's a design-based concern, and in that case, the property owner and his consultants would apply to the District of Tofino and provide an engineering report about why they want to lower that flood construction level in a certain area. And following that, staff would develop a report relying on the professional assurances from the engineering, potentially getting third-party reviews, and then bringing that staff report to council for a council decision. This is a authority that cannot be delegated to staff, and so if someone chooses to follow in this process, it will come to council. In terms of consultation, there was a fair amount of consultation for the flood mapping and flood risk assessment, although that was a number of years ago now and most likely forgotten by most. The intent after today is if the bylaw receives first reading, that we develop a consultation process through the Talk Tofino platform, and to that end, conversations have already started between community sustainability and corporate services, and specifically Sarah from the communications role. The idea would be to identify stakeholders, and which we think at this point would be the general development community and affected properties, plus anybody else who's interested in commenting. And the approach we've taken is, rather than do the consultation prior to development of the bylaw, we wanted to have something that people could respond to and think about. And that's why we propose this consultation to begin after first reading. So sort of begin to wrap this presentation up. Bylaw 29.4, this is its first iteration. The approach we've taken and hope to take over the coming years is an incremental approach, and updating data as data becomes available or as we create that data. We think this will also help with building community awareness and understanding of what a floodplain regulation is and isn't. We think that this bylaw will provide some protection of property and investment immediately. We plan on bringing an appendix at second reading to council that includes all of the data that we've used, the assumptions that were made, and the decisions that were made in the development of the bylaw, and add that to the bylaw as an information-only appendices, which we haven't done before. And the intent there is to allow everybody or anybody working with the bylaw, particularly floodplain consultants, to have access to our data, so that if they're going to propose an exemption or they want to understand why we made a decision, it'll be readily available for them. And the final thing we want to take a look at, and this may come to council at second reading or it may come a little bit after, will be ongoing policy development to inform current staff action. So how are we currently dealing with properties that have the floodplain on half of the property, or how do we deal with applications to do with setbacks? And so we want to make sure that we're providing a clear direction to our staff to allow them to undertake the actions they're already taking, but with confidence that they have support from the district as a whole. And that's it. I'm going to stop sharing my screen and happy to take any comments or questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Council, are there any questions for Aaron? Sorry, Councillor Anderson first and then Councillor Steer.
Yeah, thanks. I'm curious if the increase in the foundation would affect a height restriction. Would that mean the buildable height would be shortened if the foundation was higher?
It definitely could. In this case, it didn't. But if we were to, if that was a consideration and somebody wanted to develop higher than that, and they could potentially use that as a basis for a variance application to vary the height because they were increasing it for a flood risk.
Councillor Steer.
Thank you. Actually, Councillor Anderson, that was my question, similar to, and if there are no other questions, I can move the recommendation.
Move the recommendation, please.
There we go. That the District of Tofino Coastal Floodplain Bylaw number 1294/2021 be introduced and read a first time.
We have a seconder, Councillor Thick. And Jackie, just want to make sure that, did you have a question? Sorry, Councillor.
No question.
Okay, any further comments? All in favor? None opposed, motion's carried. Thank you, Mr. Rogers. And we're going to do a 2-minute recess to get a quick break, but it'll be 2 minutes.
Duncan, you're not muted.
Actually, I'm not sure if Elise is on here. Ms. Gocher Bergman, do I have to call, how do I return from a break for process?
I am here, and just as you're doing, you just call the meeting to order at 6:50 if you'd like to start in 1 minute. And we'll record it in the minutes as having resumed at 6:50 or
Perfect.
whenever you call
Yep.
it back to order.
I'll call the meeting back to order. And now we have just moved my, geez, wrong time, moved my sheet here. We have 8.4 zoning amendment application number 1308, Crab Apple Campground. And
Mayor Law?
Yes.
On this item, I'll be removing myself from the discussion and from the Zoom meeting due to conflict of interest. My business, Beaches Grocery, is cited in Appendix 2 as one of the businesses that has employees presently living at Crabapple. And for that reason, I am in conflict and I'll be removing myself from the discussion now. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Okay. So here we go. And I think maybe for viewers, I know, Aaron, you're going to go over it all. Actually, I think I'll just let you take it away, and I'm sure you'll explain where we are and how we got here and what this is all about.
Great, thank you, Mayor Law. I will share my screen. Good evening again. For this presentation, I will be discussing the first reading of zoning amendment bylaw for 1141 Pacific Rim Highway, the location also known as Crabapple Campground or Crabapple Floral. Before we get into the actual bylaw itself, I just wanted to correct an error in the report. In the report to council, there was a sentence that suggested the applicant was unwilling to provide information related to the pricing of the sites currently available, and that the estimated cost was $900 per month. Since the time between report approval on the internal side and this meeting, the applicant has provided request information regarding the pricing structure, which is different than the estimated $900 described previously. And so the range of rates at Crabapple Campground is understood by staff to be between $450 and $800. And that depends on how many people live at a certain site and the type of living accommodation, whether it be an RV or tent or other. The applicant also wanted me to let council know that there was a potential plan to increase it by $50 each for each person this year, but because of COVID, that was sort of put on pause, and that for those prices, the applicants have access to shared laundry, a shared kitchen, gardening, and compost and things like that. So I just wanted to clarify that before we got too far down the road, and apologize for that error. So there's a bit of a background to this report, and as I go through this report, we're going to be talking mostly about land use, but it will touch on the current use of the campground under the permissions of the temporary use permit. And at the end of the report, I will be spending a little bit of time working through the options with council and potentially offering some suggestions about the two processes, which aren't the same. They're in parallel, but are definitely related and interconnected, and the source of much anxiety currently in the community. So the application to rezone the subject property was received in February of last year, so about a year and a quarter ago, and permission to proceed was granted last October. Prior to the application being submitted to staff, there were two temporary use permits for the property, allowing the property to be used as a long-term staff campground. The first was issued in 2016 and then was renewed again in 2018. And in both those instances, and primarily in 2016, the TUP was developed in consultation and in partnership with the owner of the lot, and developed to be an affordable housing option for Tofino in the short term, in the midst of a significant housing crisis, which has only, as we all know, gotten worse over the years. A key condition of the current TUP, and this is important because it's going to come into play when we think about the future use of this property. So one of the key conditions of the current TUP was that the proposed staff accommodation campground is only to be inhabited by employees working in the District of Tofino. And for clarity, this permit does not authorize a commercial campground open to the general traveling public. The minimum length of stay is 30 consecutive days. And so right from the very beginning, the temporary use permit was an attempt to provide affordable housing options for people working in Tofino. Again, it was identified as a short-term solution at the time, with the hope that by the time the TUPs had expired, that the district had been able to, it was in a position to be able to offer more affordable housing options through the development processes. This temporary use permit, the second temporary use permit, will expire in October of 2021, and it unfortunately is not eligible for renewal as per the Local Government Act. So this is not something the district has any say over, and I understand the conversation that's happening in the community today, but the temporary use permits can only be renewed once, and this one was renewed in 2018. And so in October of 2021, we're going to have to consider what other options may be available. There is a little bit of flex in the temporary use permit as well, so it's probably more like it may add an extra 3 months or so to that expiry. So the proposal as it stands today would rezone the current lot, which is A1, which allows for a single family home and associated uses, to be upzoned to a new comprehensive development zone for the development of a commercial campground with the following permissions: a single family dwelling, home occupations, accessory buildings and uses, commercial retail space, up to 45 RV or camping sites, shared washroom facilities, and shared laundry facilities. So the proposal, as I've written here, but the proposal is a commercial accommodation use, full stop. There is no residential component of the zoning as it currently exists. I have copy and pasted the uses permitted from the bylaw under consideration, and they are a campground, a single family dwelling, one accessory retail commercial unit, and accessory building. So I think as we move through this process, we have to keep in mind what the bylaw itself actually says is what we're actually considering, and that is commercial accommodation use, full stop. I will review their location. I think we're all familiar with it, but it's worth, for context, it's important to understand this. So to the west and north, we have the Tla-o-qui-aht First Nations lands, Tinwis, which is currently subject to the development of a 63-unit campground. Across the road, the Pacific Rim Highway, this is an older map, but it is the Tla-o-qui-aht development, the multifamily development there. To the south is an A1 and A3 zoned residential properties. And then to the southwest is a C5 zoned property that is currently under development consideration as well. So when we go through land use and when we consider what we consider zoning, planning staff starts with a vision to action, which is our integrated community sustainability plan. And in general, this plan, while not a bylaw, does support the applicant's application somewhat. The 20 to 21 official community plan, which is following the V2A, is the first document that planners will refer to because all planning and all zoning must align with this plan, has a number of policies related to the current application. So the 2021 official community plan has policy that supports affordable housing for those working in Tofino, which is this applicant has suggested we're developing. The OCP prioritizes 130 residential units in the village and future home areas, so not in the location that we're talking about today, which is located in the Ocean Interface Zone. Commercial accommodation development, of which this application has been identified as the lowest priority for community in terms of land use. There are infrastructure policies that include consideration by district staff and council of the capacity of the water system when making future land use decisions, and also of limiting future municipal infrastructure outside of the village, future homes, industrial way areas. And these are new policies from the 2021 official community plan that was adopted about a month and a half ago now. On a more granular level, the area is designated as Ocean Interface and is also within a tourism-focused development permit area that DPA considers both environmental and form and character impacts of any proposed development. Development in this area, and the Ocean Interface area, is limited in order to reduce exposure to natural hazards, to sea level rise, to potential tsunami inundation, in order to preserve natural features and ensure that the capacity of the water system is not oversubscribed. Any residential development is to be erected outside of tsunami inundation areas. So, going back to first principles for planning, we're going to talk a little bit about use and density. So the use being proposed is commercial accommodation. This is the lowest land use priority identified in the 2021 OCP. We are in a zero-sum game situation where we have a limited amount of units to develop. In our OCP, it says we have 130 units over the next 5 years. And so whatever gets developed from now until the end of that 5-year period comes off that 130 units. We also understand that there's significant latent development rights throughout the community. The latent development rights were considered in the development of the OCP, and that helped us get to the number of 130 residential units. In terms of density, the proposed density is greater than the surrounding residential areas. It's greater than any existing campground zones in the DOT. And based on the lot size, the location, and the density permission for similar zones, staff do not support the requested density for the proposed zone. If we were to move forward with the application, we would require a scaled site plan showing the location of each site, the internal roadways, the accessory structures, and any other relevant details to confirm that the density of the proposed campground aligns with OCP objectives, current DOT regulations, and best practices in terms of safety considerations. And below this is a table that provides a little bit of a comparison of the density being asked for, the densities of our campground zones, the C6 and C7 zones, comparison for the multifamily residential development across the street, and also for the Ocean Park development, which was just down the road. Tsunami is also a concern. The current OCP, the new OCP, shows the property is within the 4 to 6 meter inundation range. We know the nearest refuge is the top of Industrial Way, approximately 1.6 kilometers away. And the OCP indicates that development in tsunami inundation zones should be limited and exposure to potential impacts of tsunamis should be reduced. And this again goes back to this idea of developing resilience in all of our planning, whether it be through a floodplain bylaw or through a zoning amendment. This is the graphic representation of that risk. We can see the yellow area is 4 to 6 meters, and then a portion of the property may be covered by the 2 to 4 meters. Again, this is based on the Cascadia subduction zone earthquake. It's one event, but this is the map that we use for in the review of all development applications, not just this one. So, in terms of the OCP, staff have concerns about the proposed use, the proposed density, the proposed ability of district infrastructure to support more commercial accommodation, and safety concerns related to tsunamis and somewhat also to fire. Staff do not feel that the proposal is aligned with the OCP, and that we are recommending that the application be denied at this point based on those concerns. However, if the application were to move forward, as Council has a number of options in front of them, the following items would need to be addressed: the development of a housing bylaw and housing agreement, the review of the multimodal transportation review in terms of potential infrastructure improvements adjacent to property, safety in terms of tsunami and fire safety, servicing and traffic would have to be issues that would have to be identified and discussed with staff. And then following that, the project would go through the development process that is set forth for all developments in Tofino, whether it be the Tofino Housing Corporation, a development downtown, or this application. And that always involves the referral back to district policies and bylaws, including community amenity contributions, development cost charges, and works and services agreements. I'm going to go through each of these briefly in the following slides to sort of provide a little bit more detail. So the primary rationale to support the housing would be the provision, it's the provision of affordable housing, which we know is well established. If the application were to proceed as currently construed, staff would recommend that a minimum of a 5-year housing agreement be placed on the property to ensure that at least in the immediate future, the property will be used according to the same conditions of the existing TUP. Only rented those working in Tofino, 30-day minimum rentals, and limits to rental fees. Currently, that is not what is being proposed. The property, if zoned as currently presented to council, has no restrictions on what type of housing can happen there. And so whether this the current developer or future owner wanted to do something differently, as in a commercial campground, that would be an option open to them. The applicant has indicated they would not prefer to enter into a housing agreement, and so that would be the first sort of conversation that we'd be having if the application were to move forward. We have an affordable housing needs assessment that we can refer to, and that would recommend a housing agreement, and so that is something that we would use to sort of help develop a space for that conversation. The multimodal transportation plan identifies issues with current district infrastructure and connectivity. There may be some projects that could be developed through this proposal, including bicycle facilities, bicycle parking, potential intersection improvements at the intersection of Pacific Rim Highway and Helston Drive, or potentially even frontage improvements along Helston frontage. These are conversations, and these are items that happen in every development application. In terms of the structures that are proposed for the site, we don't have a lot of policies or tools for evaluating acceptability of units for such use, although we do know that many communities do accept these all over North America, and it is an acceptable form of dwelling for many people. That being said, we would recommend that the district avoid any safety or related inspections that may be used for long-term dwellings in terms of liability protection. In terms of fire safety, we're aware of the National Fire Protection Association Standard 1194 for recreational vehicle parks and campgrounds, which is an excellent resource and provides recommendations about fire safety. And that's related to at a higher level, at a site level, how to make designs safe for everybody that's living there and allowing for an adequate fire protection response. If we were to move forward, a scale plan acceptable to the fire chief and planning staff would be required from the applicant prior to second reading to ensure these relevant density design and safety standards are being met. That may impact the overall density of that, depending on what the site plan provided says and how that reflects on the NFPA standard 1194. In terms of servicing and traffic, again, servicing is an ongoing concern with any development in the District of Tofino. District of Tofino requires accurate information regarding the impact of any proposal, especially one as dense as this, as a commercial use, to assess whether or not it can be supported at this time. Again, this is a requirement that we have set forth in our development approval information bylaw and is required of all developers. The information is usually provided by our servicing brief prepared by a qualified engineer in conversations and following the framework set out by the District of Tofino Engineering Department. Traffic assessment will also be required to understand how the increased density will impact existing traffic flow in the area, and I think council is familiar with traffic impact assessments from past development. Finally, the proposal, as earlier indicated, are subject to all the same development policies that other developments are. So that includes a conversation about community amenity contributions, development cost charges, and works and services. Amenities would be discussed in line with the guideline established by council if the application were to proceed. DCCs fees will likely be assessed at a commercial accommodation rate and required prior to issuance of a future building permit or business license, similar to as was recently undertaken at the Surf Cove campground. Works and services requirements, again, would be based on that servicing brief, a traffic impact assessment, and discussions with DOT engineers about the multimodal transportation plan. All these items would form part of a development conversation that would be worked out prior to second reading if the development was to proceed. So that brings me to options and almost the end of my report. But before we get there, I'm going to walk through each option in some detail and try to provide a bit of an overview of this application and how we might deal with it going forward. So the first thing I want to talk about is that no matter which option of the four below that is considered, it is unlikely that the zoning amendment will be complete by the time the current TUP expires. Development in Tofino, and particularly zoning amendments, take at least 2 years, and this timeline is reflected as well in our current review. So I don't think that if either the first reading is granted, if we've granted first reading amended, if we deny the application, this will be completed by the time that the TUP expires. So today is not will not impact the immediacy of the housing concerns, the housing issues that have been raised by the community. There will have to be an alternative action taken if we're to deal with that specific concern about the expiry of that TUP. One idea is for the applicant to consider another temporary use permit that is not the same as the current temporary use permit. As again, we can't renew that one, but there may be options for the application, if the applicant to apply for another TUP sometime within the next 6 months to potentially extend the use that's occurring under certain conditions. So in terms of the options for front of council, I'm going to start with number 3, and that's to deny the application. And I start there because that is staff's recommendation. So staff do not feel that the OCP, that this proposal meets OCP objectives or the policies of the OCP. We've just completed this OCP. We're transitioning from a high growth OCP to a limited growth OCP. And we're in that transition period now. And this is the first application we've considered under these conditions. And change is never easy. I also want to comment on the denial of the application from the point of view of staff who, over the past 10 to 15 years, we rarely support a denial of an or we rarely suggest denial of an application. It's something that we try to avoid and work with applicants to get to a point where we've developed a bylaw that meets district policies and meets the needs of the community. In terms of granting first reading of the proposed bylaw, the applicant, if that moves forward, I think I've addressed just earlier in the presentation that the applicant would be required to undertake a number of actions in the development process, and understanding no matter how that ended up, we would be looking at subtracting the units that we create there from the overall 130 units that we've said that we can absorb based on our water system. I don't recommend option 2. If I had one, I recommend the least. It would be grant first reading as amended, because it's not wise to make land use decisions on the fly, and this is a complicated application with lots of moving pieces. Finally, the option to defer the application back to staff is possible. We would potentially be looking at amending the zone or coming back to council with something completely different, like a long-term residential camping zone. If something like that was to happen, for example, we would probably be looking at an OCP amendment. But again, something that we could look at, and we would be looking for council at this time, if that is the option they choose, to provide some conditions to allow a space and a framework for the conversations between staff and the applicant. And that's all I have to present today. Again, staff are recommending that we deny the application. I would be happy to take any questions.
Great. I see Councillor Chalmers have your hand up, and Councillor Steer and Councillor McMaster. I'm just going to make a list here.
Thank you, Marla. I'll start with my question and then make room for others to ask questions, and then I'll save my comments for after.
Actually, just what I was going to suggest, if we could ask questions for this round, and then I will give plenty of time for comments. Thank you.
Thank you for that report, Aaron. I know it wasn't easy. And my question is, has there been any conversations with the applicant about a residential zoning versus a commercial zoning?
I'm not aware of those conversations happening. I understand the applicant is keen on the zone in front of council.
But there is a possibility with zoning for a residential, like campground, like that's a thing, right?
Potentially, yeah, but it would require, again, we're going to go through a development process that's going to take some time, which is fine. And potentially, because we've said in the OCP that we don't want residential development outside of the downtown core currently, primarily for tsunami inundation, but for other reasons as well, that we could do, but it would be the preamble would have to be an OCP amendment and then a zoning amendment. So it is possible, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Steer.
Yeah, thank you. With the amount of information that just came forward in this that was not in the initial report, I did have some questions and maybe some clarification, Mr. Rogers, on the extension of the TUP. There would still be a requirement for the applicant to come forward with a zoning amendment. And then you talked about the ability to possibly, as Councillor Chalmers has talked about, maybe looking at a reconfiguration of that zoning with the applicant, and that would take time, and that eventually it would probably be an OCP amendment. Could you maybe, just for my clarity, to walk me through that process again, so that I have an understanding of what that requirement might be for the applicant to pursue a different form of zoning, to basically deny this one and then come back to the table with what may be considered a more appropriate zoning request?
Yeah, so I guess there would be two ways of doing it. There would either be a denial of the current application and then a re-application after a period of time, or the application could be referred back to staff to work with the applicant on a zone based on, council considerations. And then what staff would do would take that, would go back, look at what the OCP says, to determine whether we need OCP amendment or not, bring forward a report for an OCP amendment, possibly with a zoning bylaw at the same time, and then bring that forward back to council. Again, this is predicated on the developer and the staff agreeing on the process and then the outcomes in terms of what does the housing agreement look like, what does the servicing brief look like? All of that still has to happen no matter what.
Thank you.
Councillor McMaster, may I just want to interject here, if that's okay with you, just to clarify something that Councillor Steer asked and that came up as well in the presentation, and that was the extension of the TUP. And I just want to make sure, because there are people listening, that just to make that clear, that the current TUP, as I understand it, Mr. Rogers, cannot be extended. It would have to be a new and different, substantially different temporary use permit that the applicant would have to apply for, and that is separate from the any rezoning application. That is a completely different process. I just wanted to make that clear for anybody who's listening in or watching, and maybe you can just make a comment on that. And thank you for letting me interject there, Councillor McMaster.
Yeah, so Mayor Law, you are correct. They are parallel. There are different processes. They are parallel. They are interconnected. We understand that, but that we can't by provincial legislation turn over this OCP again. Sorry, this TUP again. It would have to be a new application and with new conditions.
Go ahead, Councillor McMaster.
Yeah, and on the question, the idea of a housing agreement, you mentioned for 5 years. The question is, what happens at the end of 5 years, and why do you suggest 5 years?
Great question. So basically, at this point, we haven't had any success working with the applicant to put to develop a bylaw, or to even get agreement that a bylaw of housing bylaw is a good idea. If council were to move forward as the bylaw currently stands, it's a commercial zone, and which is supported in the OCP generally as in that area. That we expect to see commercial accommodation there at some point, probably not now, maybe in 5 years from now. And so if we to move forward with that, we're not getting any affordable housing. We're just getting a campground. And so to try to create that bridge between that we tried to create with this TUP, you could put a time limited housing bylaw in place to ensure that it was operated in the same way that it's being operated now. That would be I would suggest probably a minimum. I mean, it could be a housing agreement that was good forever. You could do that. You could do that as well. Again, recognizing that at that point you still have a commercial development that's being constrained by a housing agreement rather than residential development, and it's a different conversation for the applicant staff, whether if the applicant is moving forward with a commercial development as proposed today. The CACs and the DCC applications are significant. They are a little bit less significant if you're working through a residential application.
Basically, whenever the term is over, whether it's 5 years or 20 years, it's fully commercial.
Yeah, and as currently construed is fully commercial. There is no agreement on a housing bylaw now.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Challenger.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers, is there any indication from the applicant why they're not interested in a housing agreement with this bylaw?
I haven't had the one-on-one conversations with the applicant. I might ask Mr. Thick to comment as he has been working with the applicant on a one-on-one basis.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Council. I can speak a little bit to that. My conversations with the applicant have mostly revolved around him being hesitant to enter into a housing agreement based on the way that he has chosen to operate the property, primarily the costs that he has incurred to provide shared facilities for the residents of the property, particularly kitchen and washroom facilities, as well as gardens, composting, all those other types of amenities that are shared there. And in light of the costs that he has incurred primarily to provide those, he is not in favor of entering into a housing agreement.
Thank you very much, Peter. Councillor Thick.
You're muted.
Please turn your mute Mute, Councillor Thick.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had 3 questions I'd like to ask the manager of sustainability, if I may. One has to do with, you referenced in your conversation just now that there was 130 units of water left approximately, and that's also mentioned in the report. And I also understand that there are applications in the queue. In other words, we have many applications that are waiting for this moment in time when they might be assessed and given similar recommendations by council. So I'm just wondering if you can give me an approximate number of how many people might have been waiting in this process, and does what we are discussing today possibly preempt others from this precious water supply?
Thanks for the question. So currently we have, I believe, 6 affordable housing rezoning applications in the queue, representing, I believe, around in the low 80s for units. Those include the 2 Tofino Housing Corporation projects, the Sharp Road one, which we expect to be completed in early 2022 for occupancy, and the Arnett Road development, which we expect to begin this summer. We also, in addition to those affordable housing type of developments, we also have about another 180, 190 projects based on the Woodsmere development, the 4th Street, which is also known as Beckenham, and potentially the development adjacent the Sharp Road for the District of Tofino. And so over the next 5 years, and this is not including the phone calls that we're receiving on a daily basis now about multifamily affordable housing, we're looking at about 270 units or so without that. And again, not everything will move forward, and everything's moved forward at different times, but there is definitely, it's definitely something to consider in permitting commercial accommodation about, how does that impact residential projects that are currently in the development queue.
Right. So what you're saying is that there's 80, possibly 80 units spoken for through the affordable housing, of which we're about to hear about that in just a minute. And this application would essentially take or use approximately 45 or 50. And then you're saying there's another, am I hearing you right, another 270 that might be in the queue, like the process has begun for these zoning amendments within the next 5 years?
Yeah, so there's about 80 units of affordable residential housing currently under consideration, and then about another 180 units that are residential in nature but may not be affordable. And in our current OCP, it prioritizes affordable housing, residential housing, commercial, institutional, retail, and then commercial accommodation.
Right. So what I'm hearing you saying is we're short anyway we slice it.
Yeah, I hope that we get a better picture of our water supply this summer, and I look forward to improvements in the water system so we can continue to develop affordable residential housing.
I had 2 other questions, and one was in regard to the DCCs. There wasn't very much in the report in regard to the DCC, and I believe we have a DCC bylaw. Mm-hmm. How does the DCCs, how does it get captured with a commercial campground use? Or can you explain that to me in a very, very short order?
Yeah, I'll explain it best I can. It's primarily a financial bylaw, and so but in the heart of it is that a commercial campsite is treated like commercial accommodation unit, and the rough cost to add a commercial accommodation unit to District of Tofino servicing is $8,500 per site. This is something that occurred at the Surf Grove development, and occurs either at time of building permit and sometimes at a time of business licensing, and that's again for a commercial campground. I don't believe in the current DCC bylaw we have a cost for a long-term residential campground, and it would be something that the finance department would have to probably look into, speak with the province about, because it's a provincially sanctioned bylaw, to confirm what the appropriate fee would be if it was a long-term campground versus a commercial campground.
Mhm. Thank you. And lastly, when you mentioned about the fire and safety issues, is there any liability for the District of Tofino if we do not follow what is written in our bylaws for the district?
That is a tough question for me to answer. I think I would have to defer to our legal counsel on that one. I think that we want to make sure that if we're approving projects, that we're doing so in a way that reflects fire safety concerns. But I don't know the actual ins and outs of that legality.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I had.
Thank you.
You have any other questions for Aaron before we go into the next round? I do, Aaron. I just want to clarify something, and maybe it's for, maybe this has already been said many times, but I want to clarify it succinctly. And that is that this application before us is for a commercial campground, and that there is presently no limitations on the use of that commercial campground for long-term or residential use. And just want to clarify that that has been brought to the applicant for those housing agreements to limit that. And so far that the applicant has refused those limitations. I just want to make sure that's very clear.
Yes, this is my understanding, that this is the bylaw that the applicant has asked for, and that the applicant has suggested or indicated they're not interested in a housing agreement.
Okay, we're going to take now. I think it's a good time for people to give some comments. And Councillor Chalmers, you are first.
Sure, thank you very much. And thank you very much for your report, Aaron. I know staff looks at these reports very much by the bylaws and the OCP and the procedure. So it's really hard when there's something that's emotional that involves the housing of people to keep that separate. But it's really important because it helps council, who gets to make those more outside the box thinking decisions, deal with that. And it gives us a really strong basis to make those decisions. So I really appreciate that. And I know it can be hard on staff sometimes. This isn't an easy one. And for me, the most important thing is taking care of these members of our community that are here and are afraid and have housing. And I've looked at so many different options and solutions. And I think however we look at it, we need to make sure that we find a way to protect them and make sure there's a way forward for them. That said, looking at this application as is, I don't think it protects them. I think if we move forward with a commercial campground, the applicant, I'm sure, has the best of intentions, but zoning is bigger than just one applicant, and we don't know what the future holds for anything. So to move forward on goodwill and then have these people, it turned into short-term campground tomorrow or in 5 years, even with a housing agreement, it just kicks the can down the road 5 years. And then we end up with a commercial short-term rental, which is not something that seems to be anything the community wants right now. I'm more inclined to look at something such as a residential zoning. And while it doesn't fit with the OCP, we do have the ability for OCP amendments. And I did, my platform running for council was on looking outside the box for accommodations, and something like this does fit within that. And then in the comparison to the other option, looking at the applicant applying for a new TUP, I would even prefer that over a housing agreement for 5 years, because it gives us the time to potentially catch up, to potentially find another solution, as opposed to 5 years of these residents having a home and then still potentially losing it then when we have no ability to help them. So I'd love to hear more what council thinks, but those are the directions I'm going right now.
Councillor Challenger, and then Councillor Steer.
Thank you. And yes, I echo Councillor Chalmers' gratitude for staff's work in that report. And it does give a very solid foundation for something that is very challenging. And I do tend to agree with much of what Councillor Chalmers suggested. One of my biggest questions I had, not directly to you, Mr. Rogers, but in considering this application, is if we say yes to this application, what are we saying no to in the future? And I think that there are so many other affordable housing solutions that are coming up in the really near future. I understand it's disappointing that they aren't here now, but that do comply with the official community plan, the OCP, which has had years of thoughtful consideration and a huge amount of input from community members. And I agree that creating a solution now for the people who live there should be taken into serious consideration. So if there are other options such as a new TUP that could support that, I would be more inclined to supporting that than the current application.
Thank you, Councillor Challenger. Councillor Steer, are you up?
Yeah, thank you. And my 3 pages of notes were succinctly captured in Councillor Chalmers and Councillor Challenger's comments. And so I won't bore you with the 3 pages of consideration, but I will echo strongly the 2 parts. One is that this has become what was presented in front of us was a land use decision, and the report from staff is looked at through that OCP, which is a requirement of staff to do that. And this is the lens they look through. So I thank them for the work that they have done in this, and it is very much appreciated. There is also the question of what would happen to the residents of this particular application. And that is, of course, one of the most concerning parts of this for me. But moving forward, I think there was, as Councillor Chalmers had alluded to, there could be some creative solutions. That my initial response was to tentatively support a first reading. After the report and the conversations that I've been hearing, I would certainly, I would not support moving to a first reading at this case. And so I think I would echo Councillor Chalmers' suggestion that looking at going back to the applicant to look at a more appropriate zoning that would fit more with the needs of the residents that are there, as well as looking at that renewed TUP, a new TUP, to give us some of that transition times to be able to come up with the creative solutions that I think are necessary. A lot of this will also depend on the applicant themselves, and I'm well aware of that, that there has been ongoing conversations, but in the spirit of collaboration and coming up with the solutions that might be necessary, I think this is an approach that I'm willing to take, understanding that there are always risks in whatever direction that we choose to take here.
Thank you, Councillor Steer. Councillor McMaster?
Thank you. I've been involved with this TUP since it was first issued in 2016. And at the time it was viewed as a temporary solution, and there was never any consideration that it would be a permanent solution. The housing issues have got worse, but they were still bad at the time. I'm in favour of denying the application because it doesn't align with the OCP. We only adopted this OCP about a month ago, and we're all patting ourselves on the back for such a job well done. The OCP is a guiding document for the community and not just one section of it. If we decide to do something else, I won't support the density requested, nor the desire to operate home occupations or the commercial retail use. So I think there's a lot of work to be done. And if we're going to work with the applicant to come up with another solution, I think we have to have some time frame to adhere to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McMaster. Councillor Thick, would you like to say anything?
Yeah, I actually did write my comments down, and I guess at the start, I'd like to say a very big thank you to staff for quite a comprehensive, thoughtful, and a very well-written report on this application. They consolidated and compiled all those bylaws and policies, and including the official community plan, which we just passed. And I think that this official community plan is really the cornerstone for our consideration. I think as a counselor, I see my job as taking this information and interpreting it for the benefit of our entire community. And as Councillor McMaster said, I was part of the decisions that were made in 2016 and 2018, and I'm acutely aware of the difficult housing situation. And that's why we have embarked on the Affordable Attainable Housing Initiative. This TUP was given in very good faith. The second TUP was also given in good faith. And I think the onus was on the proponent to work with the staff to go forward. And as our manager has just explained to us, that those things take years of time, because these are monumental shifts of zoning, and they affect all the people in our community. So, 5.5 years have passed now, and we find ourselves with this new problem, in a sense, that we really did not intend to create. And I would also say to the proponent that it was and it is incumbent upon them to work more closely with our staff and to work in a timely way. And I also wanted to say that I do not support the recommendation. I do support the recommendation to deny, and for these reasons. The document that I just spoke of, the OCP that was recently passed, to me is the overarching document, as it says, by which all the bylaws and policies of the district must follow according to the Local Government Act. Within the OCP, as our manager has said, that the land use priorities are in descending order from affordable residential housing down to commercial. We have a water system capacity issue, and it says from the document, quote, we will consider the capacity, we said that we will consider the capacity of the water system when making future land use decisions. We also have given a new name to this area in the 2021 adoption, which is the ocean interface. And with that, we have said that, quote, development is to be curtailed and limited, end quote. So, this application doesn't really align with this policy at all. There's also the note that was just brought up, the commercial campground with a density of 27 units per acre is not supported in the OCP, as I've come to understand, and would require an amendment. And at this point, with all the work that has been done and all the work that's before us with the planning department, I don't think that this is a reasonable expectation. And in particular, that sort of density in the middle of a pandemic is not something I would support. I know that this pandemic isn't going to go forever, but we're talking about a short term right now. And to reiterate the housing agreement, there has been no movement in this application in regards to that. And I do not support the application for rezoning moving forward without one. For me, this is a deal breaker. And I guess lastly, one main point that we just heard, we just were past first reading of the flood mapping bylaw. And we have said that through the OCP and the flood mapping bylaw, if it continues to go ahead, that we do not support rezoning for the purposes of a commercial campground in that zone. So to me, this leads me really to summarize, the application contravenes the OCP on many fronts. And I think after 3 years of community input and staff's hard work, I am unwilling to amend the document for the purposes of this application. And we have tight constraints on our water supply. We have many, 40 or so applications on the desks of the planning department, many who have been waiting even longer for council's deliberation on their request. And I think this is an unfair precedent from their point of view. And for this reason, I would be voting to deny the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thick. I have it from all councillors who've spoken so far to deny this application as it stands. Okay, please, Councillor Chalmers, please, you got your hand up, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not quite ready to deny it as it stands. I would like to find a way to move forward to ensure that we have housing for these people, and would like to look to Mr. Rogers about it is an option if to create time for to talk to the applicant about if there is interest in a TAP or a residential application. You know, could we potentially defer this to another meeting, or because if we deny it, then it starts from scratch where there might be potential to shift it. Am I reaching?
Nope. Staff can definitely have those conversations if so directed.
Yeah, I'm just, I do hear you, Councillor Chalmers, and I was going to say, I was just going to say that I think from my own point of view, that I feel that we cannot leave these residents in the lurch without some kind of transition, no matter what happens. So that was going to be my next suggestion. And I just want to go back through council, because I have several comments here that councillors want to deny the application as it stands, but try to move forward in either trying to find another different temporary use permit, or having the applicant maybe reapply for a residential campground zoning or some other form. So I just want to sort of parse this out a little bit, but please, Councillor Chalmers.
So depending on what the rest of the council feels, but my way forward that I would like to put forward to recommend would be to refer staff to talk to the applicant and return to a future meeting.
I think that's a reasonable request. I'm just gonna go back through everybody, because I know not everybody may feel the same. So Councillor Challenger, Councillor McMaster, and then Councillor Thick.
And Councillor Steer.
I looked down for a sec. Jeez.
So I might be a little confused about the process here, because it was my understanding that for the applicant to submit a new TUP, this application would have to be denied, or to submit a different application, this one would have to be denied. Is that incorrect or correct?
Aaron, do you want to?
Yeah, again, these are two separate processes, and so someone, no matter what happens here today, whether it's approved or denied or referred, the applicant still has the opportunity to apply for a TUP, irrespective of what happens here today. So tomorrow, the applicant could walk in the district and apply for a TUP for another TUP. Again, two separate land use processes.
Just to clarify, the TUPs can only be renewed once. This one has been renewed. The current residential campground that is existing now will expire October 1st, I believe, the end of September. The applicant has the ability to try again with a different temporary use permit, but that is completely separate from the rezoning application that is before us.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that TUP application would come forward to council for approval. So if there was an application made, staff would review it through the land use policies, and then bring forward the council for approval or denial of an additional TUP.
Councillor McMaster.
Much as I'd rather deny the application, I can support going back to staff. I'm hesitant about a new TUP. I think that's just kicking the can down the road, and someone's going to be facing the same problem in 3 to 5 years or so. So I'd like to see us come up with some sort of solution, or just deny it when it comes back. And I reiterate, I want to have some form of timeline as to when these things are going to be discussed, and not have discussion for the next 2 years on this.
Councillor, Mr. Rogers, do you have a comment on that, on Mr. McMaster's comment there?
No, I don't think so. I hear what the Councillor McMaster had to say, and I understand the concerns around the timeline. I would reiterate that I don't think that I can commit to having this rezoning wrapped up within 6 months, which is our timeline to October 7th. And I'm saying that right now. In open council meetings, we're going to be facing some significant staff shortages for the next 6 months in the planning department as is. And unless this is made the ultimate priority, that I don't see that happening. Again, a part of that, at least half that conversation would be on the applicant's willingness to have that conversation.
Sorry, I got to just clarify here, this the idea of a new rezoning apart from the TUP would be for a residential campground. Is that what I hear Councillor Chalmers and Councillor McMaster saying? So it's not to review this particular application for a commercial campground, but you're suggesting come back to try to find a way for a residential campground. I'm just going to make that clear.
Yeah, and my hopes of it coming back as opposed to denying is that if it is a possibility that we're not starting quite from scratch and we're taking all the work that's been done already. I don't know if that's more work or not realistic, Aaron, Ms. Rogers, but.
I think it's going to be a fair amount of work. It's not work that we're afraid of doing or and would look forward to, but it's going to be, once we've have the next conversation with the applicant, should it be deferred, we'll find out if we can find agreement on a potential, what I hear is a long-term resident campground similar to the existing TUP. So once we've decided that and we've got sort of some general agreement on things like CACs, DCCs, the use, the density, then I would come back to council and say, and I think this is where we're at. Prior to that, the applicant would then have to apply for an OCP amendment. The OCP amendment process is long. It's not like a zoning application, so it takes longer than a zoning application. So then we go through the OCP amendment process. Hopefully at the same time, we can coordinate a zoning the zoning has already applied for. So hopefully we can run those in parallel. And then both those will come back to council for approval. The OCP would involve a fair amount more public consultation because an OCP amendment affects the whole community. So this potential idea of going back to the applicant trying to get residential housing is the slowest way forward by far. But it's the only way. If council wants to see residential development there, that's probably the only way for it to happen.
And incongruency would be for them to apply for the TUP to get to that point. Which would also, if it doesn't happen as a residential, having the TUP, while it is kicking the can down the road, it is also hoping for some of this other housing to come on market for placement for these people.
Yeah, you could develop a TUP to, be a certain time. It doesn't have to be 3 years, it could be a year. It doesn't have to be for the existing density. It could be something different. And you could relate it back to when other housing is expected to come online. Again, as you the intent of the first two TPs wasn't as a bridge to zoning. They were for a temporary use permit. And so what we're talking now is a bit of a different type of TUP, so that if we are talking about it as a bridge to zoning, then it's a slightly different, animal.
Councillor Thick.
Yeah, I have a question of process here. We're discussing this matter before us, which is the zoning amendment, and now the discussion has digressed to another area, which might be next steps. I'm sympathetic and I understand, and I would like to get there myself. But I would like to see that we deal with first things first. Am I wrong in my approach? I'd like to ask Elise, what is the correct way? I feel that I'm not a part of this conversation because I would like to deal with the matter that is before us. And I didn't realize that now we're talking about the next thing. Can we go back to what is before us, or is what's before us dependent on what the next step is? I'm getting a little bit confused, and I would like to keep this to the point that we've been asked to deliberate about. That's my question for staff. I don't know who would be able to answer that for me, but.
I might just note that there are a number of options in front of council right now, but I will defer this question. Aaron, you've unmuted yourself as if you wanted to say something, and I'll let you do it.
I think I may have just not remuted myself, but yeah, I think that again, where I would like to approach this from is that to stay in the process that we're talking about, which is a zoning amendment for future land use and not the TUP. And again, to Councillor Thick's point, the TUP may be a solution to help deal with the immediacy of the housing problem, and something that hopefully the applicant takes into consideration. But today we're talking about land use and the zoning and the appropriateness of that land use in that location at this time under our current constraints. And I think it will make this conversation easier for everyone if that remains the focus of this meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Thick, I think I just want to go back. I think what we were talking about is, and just to reiterate how we got there from my point of view, and just you can please answer me, is that I had, oh, sorry, Councillor Steer, you had your hand up. I'm gonna go ahead.
Yeah, just to follow up with all of those, and I think one of the, as to Councillor Thick's point, sticking with this subject at hand, one of the solutions that, one of the creative solutions, although as Mr. Rogers has pointed out, probably the slowest way, is at this point to refer back to staff. The TUP is a separate item. It will be, and that's a conversation the applicant will have to, I'm sure is participating in this, will hear and understand it as a separate process to help bridge to the possibility of an extension for this time frame. But referring it back to staff is one of the options that we do have on the table in front of us. So it is in fact dealing with the issue at hand, and it is one of the options that has been presented to us as a way out, and the TUP is a separate process altogether that we're not really dealing with at the table right now. Understanding that we did need to understand that what that tool was, and have a clear understanding of that, but the ability to move the most slowest way forward would be to refer it to staff to have that conversation with the applicant.
Councillor McMaster.
Am I right in assuming that if this goes back to staff for further discussion in whatever format, that all of council wants to see a housing agreement in place? Because to me, that would be the first thing to talk to. And if the applicant has no interest in a housing agreement, I would have no hesitation in denying this right now.
Councillor Steer, and then Councillor Chalmers, and then Councillor Challenger, and then I think we better make a decision here.
Yeah, I'll just reiterate that that in fact that would be a deal breaker, but at this point, if it was clear to the applicant that if there was not some form of housing agreement in that conversation, that it would certainly be a deal breaker. But once again, our option to refer it back to staff to have that conversation would be, we can't negotiate what those negotiations are right here at the table. We can only provide the information and the direction and give the concerns that this council has towards the applicant moving forward.
And I agree as well. Before I really understood the fact that it could potentially become a short-term campground rental, I was leaning towards supporting it with the requirements of a housing agreement as well as no home businesses. So those are two sort of deal breakers for me as well.
Yeah, and those are also deal breakers for me, but I do have concern. The application as it is, even with a housing agreement, I still am tending to want to deny this application. And I feel a little unclear, like if we send it back to staff, can it, you know, if it comes back with a housing agreement, but still as a commercial campground that, you know, with an expiration date on the housing agreement, I wouldn't be inclined to want to support that. What I might support is something completely different. So I don't know if we ask for it to go back to staff being the slowest option possible, are these residents going to be out of a place to live anyway because the temporary use permit runs out and it's going to take a long time?
Is there, I don't have anybody else. I think we better be careful we're not going in circles here. We're starting to, I mean, I did write down at the beginning that council had all opposed a commercial campground, and we did talk about the housing agreement as running out in 5 years, and I don't think anybody was in favor of a commercial campground in 5 years either. So so I just want to just get everybody back to that point. And just to clarify, Aaron, the TUP that's presently in place will run out before any of this happens. So we are looking for options as well for the people that live there. Us as councillors are going to have to, you know, look at options for them regardless of what we decide at this moment. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. Today we're looking at a long-term land use decision that will exist forever, or until someone else changes that zoning bylaw, versus the immediacy of that temporary use permit running out. And again, while related, are separate proposals.
Mm-hmm. Councillor Thick, go ahead.
But also, just to reiterate what is in the report, I feel, we're concentrating on the, the housing agreement, the density, and possibly the commercial node use. But there's 5 things listed in the report that I think if we were having this conversation with any developer, including the THC, those items as listed: a traffic impact assessment, a servicing brief, the detailed scale drawing, the information about the CAC, and these things are all listed here. So I think, we can't just say these 2 things are the most, yes, they might be the most important, but we have to remember that we are speaking to a developer, and we are speaking to, everyone should be treated the same. And I'm just very concerned that, we're trying to parse out something to make it go a certain way, but really we have to remember that whether it's the THC or the Woodsmere development or anything, we need to be absolutely fair, and we need to ask the same things as we would of them as we do in this day's discussion. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna have to have one more comment, Councillor Chalmers, and then we do need to make some kind of decision here.
I'd like to say I agree with you completely, Councillor Thick. And for me, the only reason I focused on the affordable housing so much was because there was an indication that they were against it. Moving forward, all of the recommendations from staff would be very important to me as well.
So what I'm hearing, I think now, is that council would like to refer it back to staff to refuse first reading, refer it back to staff to meet with the applicant, and then council would direct staff or direct the intent that the 6 or 7 conditions be discussed and brought back to council for further discussion. Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm still in favour of denying the application first. I think you should call the vote.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Chalmers, answer.
So before we call the vote on denying the application, then my motion was to defer we can call it on that one. Does that work that way? I'd like to refer it to staff to work with the applicant to come back with an amendment to the zoning application. And maybe procedure here, this is to Elise, whether how the motions work, if there's 2 separate motions.
I think we have to decide on the motion and then we have to second it. I think we really have to get the motion down here. There's 2 separate things going on here. We got to decide which one we're going to do here. So we can deny the application as it is and encourage the applicant to come back for something, a TUP, something for the residents, or maybe a reapplication for a residential campground. Or we can refuse first reading, refer this particular commercial campground application back to staff with council's direction. And that would be that we want that council will not entertain second reading until these conditions are met. So I'm going to give that to council. Is that fairly clear? You have 2 options. Councillor Thick.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I really can't live with that. I feel that we're making up an amendment on the fly that we haven't had time to think about. I think we need to stick with the 4 options that are given to us. I'm okay we need one motion, whether we're accepting or denying, and then maybe, you know, the reference back to staff, I'm in agreement with, but I don't want to put it in the same motion, if I may suggest that.
Councillor Chalmers.
So I'll make it clear. So I am putting a motion on the table to refer this to staff to see if there is an interest with the applicant to work on amendment. That's it. If there's a seconder, then I think we move on, and or for a vote, and if it's denied, then we have the option for another motion.
I just want to be clear what amendment you're looking for, because we have to be very.
I'm referring this to staff, so I don't know what the amendment is. I'm not making an amendment on the fly. I'm looking for the staff to see if there's indication with the applicant, having heard these conversations, knowing that none of us are interested in a short-term campground rental, that there might be something that could come back that is a bit more interesting to us. And if there's no seconder, then what we do is we move on to Councillor McMaster's motion to deny.
Councillor Steer.
Just for clarity, that would be the 4th option then, is to defer or otherwise deal with the application. Would that be correct?
Defer and otherwise, but I'm reluctant to send Councillor Chalmers, I hear you, and I agree that this is one idea, but I'm reluctant to send it back to staff without absolute clear direction for them, what they're supposed to look for with the applicant. If we just say amendment for something, then we may get the exact same thing back, or we may get something back that we're going to have the same discussion. So I'd like to be very clear here on that. And if we can't get there, then we do need to discuss that.
Mr. Rogers, are you comfortable with the conversations we've had today for us to direct it that way, or do you want some clarity?
I think Bob.
I think I would defer to Bob first, Mr. McPherson.
Thanks. I think from staff's perspective, we've heard a lot of things today, and I've made some notes. And so if we have clarity, so that when we come back in however many weeks, we don't have a council member who's saying, well, gee, I really thought that X was going to be dealt with. So if I might suggest that I think that this resolution is trying to go is refer back to staff and to report back to council on solidifying this as a residential use, including a housing agreement, exclusion of permissibility of all businesses, the removal of any commercial opportunity, any further commercial opportunity from this site, review of the density question, provision of a servicing brief, and it was discussed earlier, although I haven't heard in the last 20 minutes or so, but with respect to, and it relates to density though, the fire safety, so safety of residents, as well as our first responders when, if there is an incident there. Does that capture what council is looking for?
For me, it does.
Or, those who are interested in it going back to staff? And I don't know the council's unanimous on that.
Councillor Steer, thank you, Mr. McMaster.
Yeah, it does for me. That was almost verbatim what I had written down in my original conversation. I would be comfortable with that, but I'd have to see the rest of council.
Councillor Thick, Councillor McMaster.
As we've just been going through some training sessions, and I'm not comfortable with what has been decided. I don't have it written in front of me, and I would need a serious amount of time to think about that. So I personally would like to go back to the option that's being recommended, which is to deny the application, and then let's cross the next bridge. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
A point of order, I believe there's a motion on the table, so we have to, I made the motion. So we either need a seconder or it falls. And Bob, I guess I'm looking at you now, that we have to deal with it before we go back.
I don't believe you had a seconder.
I know there isn't a seconder yet because we started talking about, well, we shouldn't be talking about it until I
don't think we actually had the full motion. We were discussing, well, maybe we did have a motion, but now is it slightly different? This is a good process question. This is a tough one. I just want everybody to realize that this is tough and we're doing the best we can and we're trying hard.
The easy stuff gets resolved somewhere else in the organization, just to remind everybody of that. These are difficult deliberations, and we have a number of ideas and thoughts here that we're trying to wrap up in a process. So Councillor Chalmers, I think, was prepared to make a motion that it simply be referred to staff. And from staff's perspective, that's not very helpful to us. So I did try to put some boundaries around what I thought some members of council were looking for. And I don't know from Councillor Chalmers if that's something she's comfortable moving forward as a motion, so that we can see if there's a seconder or not, and then go from there.
Thank you, Mr. McPherson. And that is what I would put forward as a motion with what you said.
Councillor McMaster, then Councillor Steer.
Just to Mr. McPherson's list, I don't want to berate this. I don't know whether it's a timeline or milestones, but I would like something in there to that effect, if that's feasible.
Sorry, I'm looking at others, and I'm not sure I understood what was being requested there.
We're I think now what's happening is we're going around and debating or additions to the motion on the table. I believe that's what McMaster is wishing to do.
Yeah. Basically, I want this done in a timely manner of some form or fashion.
You know what? I would like to, Councillor Challenger, do you have any comments to say on this at all?
I don't know if it's appropriate to say. I feel that my preference would be to deny this application and have the applicant come forward later with something new.
Just to help, I think if you call for a seconder and there's no seconder, then the motion dies and then we can move on. But I think you need to call for a seconder and then we can just see if there's.
And I just got a point of process. Elise, we have a motion on the table. We're looking for a seconder. We have 6 votes. What is a pass and what is not, or adoption?
A motion succeeds, motion passes with 4 votes. If it's a tie vote, then the motion fails. It's a majority. It's 50% plus 1, which in this case is 4.
I should know that, but it's getting late.
That's fine.
That's okay.
That's
So
what we're here for.
there is a motion on the table, and Councillor Chalmers has asked for the chair to call for a seconder.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry for cutting you off, Miss Gocher-Bergman.
That's okay. Were you calling for a seconder?
I was, but I should let you finish first.
Okay, so the process, yes, I'm trying to follow along as best I can as well. So I'm going to repeat what I have heard tonight. So we have a motion on the table, and it was sort of recaptured by Bob, but that is the motion that is on the table. Sorry, CAO McPherson reiterated the motion, and that is what is on the table. And it requires a seconder, or if no seconder comes forward, we drop it. The motion fails, and we move on to what other options council would like to put forward. Some folks have mentioned they would like to deny. That would go forward in the same process. A motion would be put to council, whether they would like to deny. A seconder would be needed, and then discussion could be had on that motion. There was discussion a little bit earlier about amending this motion, but amendments can't be made until a seconder is found for this motion.
Can I ask for the votes to be recorded before we go any further?
Yes.
And can we read out the actual motion with everything that's in it, so we know what we're asking for?
I don't have it written down yet, but Bob, you may have something in front of you. The beginning of the motion that I have is to refer the application for the zoning amendment at 1141 Pacific Rim Highway to staff.
Yeah, so refer the application back to staff to report to council with respect to converting this to residential rather than commercial campground use, inclusion of a housing agreement, removal of home business as a permitted use, removal of commercial as a permitted use, adjustment to density, and let's see, my last one is addressing fire safety concerns.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, does any more comments or additions to amendments to this motion? Now is the time to speak. Councillor Stick.
Yeah, I do not feel comfortable voting on this motion without it written in front of me, and nor is it in the eyes of the people who are watching. So I do not feel comfortable going forward in this way.
Well, this is that's.
I don't like the way we've just been doing this on the fly. I think we're almost there, but I won't be supporting it as it is at the moment.
Okay, well, we have a motion on the table. It has been seconded. We've had comments. Now I believe we have to vote on it, and this is the time that you can vote to, if you're for this motion or you're against this motion, and that could include the process that it happened, and then we can make another motion. Is that am I getting that correct from process? Okay. I am calling this vote. All in favor, please raise one hand. All opposed, please raise a hand. Okay, so we have this motion denied. And now we have to come up with another motion.
I'll make a motion to deny the application.
We have a seconder. Councillor Thick. Okay, well, I'm Any further comments on this? Councillor Steer, please go ahead.
I know this has taken a long time and this is a difficult situation, but my comment is that I still have, as much as I did want to support and vote for that last motion, and I agree completely with not making amendments or making these types of motions on the fly, I still have grave concerns about what denying this will mean in terms of the residents of Crabapple, but I'm willing to proceed with the vote.
Okay, just to be clear, we're voting on the current commercial campground use. And as I understand it, just to be clear here, that there may be options, and hopefully there are options if this passes for the residents going forward, which we've discussed here. That is my hope. Councillor Thick, do you have one more comment?
Well, just to be clear, we're voting on the recommendation, I believe, as stated in the report. Correct?
That is what we're voting on, but we are also recognizing that this vote has ramifications, and we're also, I think, recognizing that these are residents that we have to acknowledge, and that is part of this conversation. It's been a large part of this conversation, so I don't want to lose that. This has ramifications for residents.
Yeah, I completely understand. And I would like to go in sequential order so that we do this in the proper way.
Okay. Councillor Challenger, you have your hand up.
Yes, and I hope that the applicant understands that they can reapply in a different way for a temporary use permit or a different form of rezoning.
This is a difficult decision. I mean, this may pass, it may fail, and we'll go from here. So this is a motion that's been put on the table to deny this application as it is. All in favor? All opposed? This motion has been adopted. Turn a light on. I think we're going to call a 2-minute recess after this. Go ahead, Councillor Chalmers.
I just have a question. We have quite a bit left on the agenda, and I'm just wondering if there's an option to either break for dinner or to look at the subsequent maybe or something like that. There's still quite a bit left.
Yes, that is. I was thinking about that as well. There's. It looks like a considerable amount of stuff to cover on the agenda. How are we going to cover it? What's we can do? We can either.
Don't we still need a motion to go beyond 3 or 4 hours? We used to have that.
Yeah, there is a two-thirds majority resolution. I'm stealing Elisa's thunder here a little bit. A 2/3 majority required to go beyond 4 hours. We're coming up on 4 hours and 11 minutes here. So council has to make a conscious decision that they have enough, they're feeling well enough and have enough brain power to continue with the meeting 11 minutes from now.
Also, do we need Councillor Anderson?
Oh. If we're done with the previous issue, I will send him a text immediately here. Thank you.
I think I'm good for another half hour, but I'm getting kind of burnt out after that.
Council may choose, through the merit, Council may choose to defer certain items and proceed with any items that you feel are urgent to deal with tonight. It doesn't have to be sequential in what is the order of the agenda. Although you have adopted it, you can defer certain items and deal with those that you'd like to have in tonight.
I would certainly like to deal with the burning bylaw tonight.
The other one would be, and this is to staff, is the patio one urgent as far as that brings us.
I would concur that burning amendment bylaw and patio would be good to cover. Now, we do have to talk about how urgent is the THC. Where's my notes? Sorry, here, losing my notes. The THC request for. Jeez, lost my notes. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm not looking at my screen.
Yeah. So I want to first recognize that the two hats that I wear, I am a THC board member as well as your CAO. I know that the item for THC is fairly urgent in terms of getting all of our funders flying in formation. So I know that there's some desire to have that addressed this evening as well. In fact, I think the applicant had hoped to have it addressed previously, but it was waiting for some staff time to finish some things. So I don't have a lot of help for council in terms of making this simpler. The burning bylaw, perhaps what we could do is we have a committee of the whole meeting. I think there's going to be some discussion around the burning bylaw. But we have a committee of the whole meeting scheduled for next Monday. Perhaps we could tag a council meeting onto that as well to address the burning bylaw. The acting mayor appointments, I hope, takes about 30 seconds. And if council is relatively clear on what's being proposed in the upcoming agenda items, we can forego the staff presentations on those as well. To move things along. So is there anything on the agenda that council is absolutely dying for a staff presentation on, or have the written reports been sufficient to assist council with their understanding of what's being proposed?
I had sufficient information through the reports.
So, okay, so moving forward, we are at 8.5, development variance permit, Tofino Housing Corporation. Are we, sorry, to say that again, I was reading my notes. I'm starting to fade here. So are we going to have a presentation on this, or?
Your worship, I think I'm hearing by nods from council that they don't feel they need a staff presentation on this,
okay,
and are prepared to maybe ask questions as needed, but otherwise get into debate and moving this along.
Okay, I am going to do that. I'm going to open this up for debate. I did read this thoroughly, as I'm sure you all did. So we will go straight into questions for Mr. Rogers. Councillor Steer.
I could move the recommendation, second it, and then we can have discussion if necessary, if that would be appropriate.
So moved. Do we have a seconder? Okay, now we can open it up for if there's any questions.
You're muted, Mayor Law.
I do believe we need to read this out, do we not?
I'll do it.
Could take 15 minutes.
Okay. I will move that the council approve development variance permit number 03-21 to vary District of Tofino subdivision and development control bylaw number 1201/2014 for Lot A plan VIP 32751, District Lot 114, Tla-o-qui-aht Land District, except plan 34040, 34031, 35014, VIP 53861, VIP 56340, VIP 57131 as follows. A, vary part 3 of the District of Tofino subdivision and development control bylaw number 1201/2014 to vary the acceptable form of security from cash or a clean, unconditional, irrevocable, and automatically renewing letter of credit to a letter of guarantee provided by BC Housing. B, vary part 11 of the District of Tofino subdivision and development control bylaw number 1201/2014 to permit a minimum available fire flow at the water main of 47.3 IS provided the buildings have sprinklers installed that meet applicable BC building and fire codes, and no belongings building and no below building parking. See very part 11 of the District of Tofino Subdivision and Development Control Bylaw number 1201, 2014 regarding the village local L2 road standard to permit the proposed road design as shown on Exhibit A to DVP 03-21. And D, very part 11 of the District of Tofino Subdivision and Development Control Bylaw number 1201, 2014 to permit a minimum horizontal curve radius of 30 meters with a normal crown design in the road design to show as shown on Exhibit A to DVP 03-21. Somebody better second that.
Sorry, I think Councillor Steer, okay. Councillor Chalmers, you're seconded. Any discussion?
Just a quick note about it in the, be very quickly, is that in the, as part of the radius of the curve, and I'm not going to go into detail, but I just want to ensure that traffic calming mitigation efforts will be put into there, because that turning radius that has been talked about on that roadway is, those sight lines are going to be very tight. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
And I did have a quick one. It is at the bottom of a 10% grade, right into a very tight corner. So hopefully it's not a blind corner as well. I just want to put that in there. There's going to be a lot of kids are going to be going down that hill. All in favor? None opposed, motion's carried. We have zoning 8.6 zoning amendment bylaw, temporary patio 2021. And I believe we've, go ahead, Councillor Thick. Unmute.
All right, I saw Mr. McPherson with his hand up, so I
apologize for the interruption and for not unmuting. Could we have a resolution, council consider a resolution to extend beyond 4 hours?
I will move that.
I'll second the resolution.
It's seconded. No comments, all in favor? Council is extended. Motion is adopted. Okay. I think this is pretty straightforward. Do we have somebody to move this motion?
I'll move it. I'll move that the District of Tofino zoning amendment bylaw number 1307 2021 attached as Appendix 1 to the report titled Zoning Amendment Bylaw Temporary Patio 2021 dated April 13th 2021 be introduced and read a first and second time, and that the public hearing for District of Tofino zoning amendment bylaw number 1307 2021 be waived, and that the staff be directed to publish notices advising the public of the waiver of the public hearing for District of Tofino zoning amendment bylaw number 1307 2021.
Seconder? Seconded by Councillor Thick. Any comments? All in favor? Oh, sorry, you have a comment, Councillor Thick.
Just a quick question, just to be clear, as I understand it, this amendment bylaw only goes to December 30th or December 31st, 2021. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further comments, questions? All in favor? None opposed, motion is carried. So I think we need a motion to move the outdoor burning amendment bylaw to the committee of the whole. I believe that.
I will second that.
Oh, Bob, go ahead.
Yes, if not specifically committee of the whole, but to a special council meeting, so that it can be considered for rather than just debated, so it can be considered in advance. So if council would like to just and at least help me with wording here, but defer this item to a future council meeting, and we will schedule it for you.
Sure, that's great. No, we did have a motion on the table that and seconded that is no good. So what do we need to do with that?
believe you
I
can.
think we had a motion.
Oh, I thought we did. Okay. I heard a second. I was kind of from the chair there. Okay, so we can move the.
I think I'll move that item 8.7 be deferred to a future council meeting.
Seconded by Councillor Chalmers. Any comments? All in favor? None opposed, motion's carried. We are 8.8 revised acting mayor's schedule. And we have
I'll move that councillors be designated to serve as acting mayor in 2021 in accordance with the schedule attached as Appendix 1 to the report titled Revised 2021 Acting Mayor Schedules, dated April 13th, 2021.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Chalmers. All in favor? Motion's carried.
Can I add a comment on that?
Add a comment on the last motion.
Yes.
It's a bit late.
No, I don't think so. I believe that I wrote this earlier to staff, but I didn't receive a response. But I just think in light of the difficult year that we may have ahead of us, and in light of this acting mayor schedule, I would like to see that other members of council who would like to have media training be included in media training with the mayor. So that's just my comment, if that would be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thick. What do we do with that?
It doesn't sound like, through the mayor, I'm not sure that that was a motion to council. That was sort of a request to staff. And through your worship, we can certainly look at the budgeted amount for council training this year. We didn't allocate enough for everyone to go through media training. We did allocate enough for the mayor, and would work with whomever becomes a spokesperson in the circumstance to make sure they were ready and capable. And as Councillor Thick brings up, it is part of our media policy that anyone who speaks as a spokesperson on behalf of the District of Tofino must have media training. So we would definitely make that available to anyone who hasn't had it yet, if they were in that position.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gauthier-Bergman. Okay, we're moving right along. We've got bylaws 9.1. This is for adoption.
I'll move that the District of Tofino zoning amendment bylaw number 1293 2020 be adopted.
Second.
Any comments? All in favor? None opposed, motion's carried. We have a business initiated by council members. Internal, external appointments. Do we have any? Councillor Steer, go ahead.
Is this something that we could defer to that subsequent special council meeting? Or
okay,
no discussion around it.
Okay, I can move that business initiated by council members be moved to the special council meeting.
Second.
Any comments? All in favor? Motion's carried.
Through the mayor, I just wanted to be clear about which items under that heading are being deferred. So there are just the two.
Oh, shoot.
The two conferences that council would like to go to, and there is no urgency with those. They are far enough in the future that we can defer them. And is it the intention of council to also defer any updates from committees and external appointments? Would that be an item you'd like to see come forward on a special council meeting agenda?
I believe so. Council? Is that okay with council? Great. I think there might be some people that want to go to AVICC, so we'll save that conversation for
thank you.
Time. Thank you. Unfinished business. Seeing none. Question period. Would be a rare person who's still here. Is there anybody signed up?
For your worship, no one has signed up for the Q&A. maybe we'll give it 1 minute, but no one has signed up at this point for the question and answer period.
Okay. I think that's about a minute. And we have a motion to move to closed session.
I'll move that the meeting be closed to the public pursuant of section 91 ACI of the Community Charter to discuss matters relating to personal information about an individual who holds or is being considered for position as an officer, employee, or agent, employee relations, the receipt of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose.
Second.
Seconded. Any comments? All in favor? Motion's carried. I have to pull up my closed session agenda here. Adoption of the minutes.
Please don't start this meeting yet. There are still members of the public
Sorry.
here.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Well, there you go.
Okay, we'll just take 1 minute while folks are leaving. Someone did submit a question in the question and answer box, and we've just referred them to staff. So we'll just wait until the rest of the public can leave the session.
My apologies.